残酷な天使のように少年よ神話になれ青い風が今胸のドアを叩いても私だけをただ見つめて微笑んでるあなたそっと触れるもの求めることに夢中で運命さえまだ知らない痛いけな瞳だけどいつか気づくでしょうその背中には未来目指すための羽があること残酷な天使の手で窓辺からやがて飛び立つほとばしる熱いパトスで思い出を裏切るならこの空を抱いて輝く少年よ神話になれ
Guys, how are you? I couldn't wait to welcome you once again to the ArchieLuxury show. Without ArchieLuxury, of course. Archie is in London right now with Tim Wright. They just had their first meeting of the London Watch Show. Since they are VIPs, they were invited to the preview. They had their finger food, they had their cocktails. They were just live streaming from the dinner with Paul Thorpe and others. The fans were crowding Archie. They can't get enough of him. They can't get energized enough and healed enough by that royal pontifical touch. Guys, it's been really exciting. There's, of course, already a scandal brewing in London. There is a robbery. There's a robbery, apparently. So I hope we will have some reporters and fans dropping into the chat, coming onto the panel, and reporting on this most recent scandal that's been brewing in London. Welcome, guys. We also will have later on Bear Clooney joining us, and he will introduce us to his most recent acquisition, which is, unsurprisingly, a Rolex steel stunner. So I welcome my first guest to the show, my dear co-host, Mike the Snake, of course. Hi, Mike.
Hey, Lord, how you doing?
Good, better now that I've seen you. How you been?
Oh, fine. Caring for my dog. She's okay. I included the earliest I could get an appointment for the vet is Tuesday, so I'm just keeping her separated from the other dog because the other dog overwhelms her.
Yes.
And she's just taking it really easy.
Guys, we're talking about Scooter, of course. Mike's older companion dog. She's almost 19 years old, if I'm not mistaken, but hanging in there still.
Yeah. I think, honestly, she might have a bad tooth or something because I got her some wet food and she ate it down. She ate a lot of wet food and didn't throw it back up, like if there was a problem. So it may be that she's got a tooth problem that's kept her from eating. And that's why she's so skinny now. And so I'm going to break away fairly soon here and go get some more wet food for her. She seems to be hungry and like the wet food. So, it may just be a bad tooth that's causing her to not eat the dry food that I give her. That may be the root issue. I don't know, but she's going to the vet on Tuesday, and just got done watching the live stream of Tim and Archie, and that was all in good fun there. Looks like everybody was having a good time. Archie seemed very, very tired. I think he's still suffering from jet lag a little bit.
Of course. Honestly, Mike, you told me it's been a while since you last traveled, but when you travel from one continent to another,
yeah,
the jet lag usually starts hitting you harder on the second or even the third day, because the first day you're excited about being in a new environment, new city, new people. You have all this adrenaline rush.
Yeah.
But then you are, properly knackered, exhausted, and both of them, I think, had some alcohol in their system as well. Tim, perhaps more than the pontiff.
Yeah. Well, actually, I don't know. Tim said that Archie wasn't drinking, but he definitely was just basically mute and quiet and sitting there and not his normal animated self. And I actually posted in the chat, take your friend to bed, take your friend to the room. He's not he's not where he needs to be in front of people at a restaurant, looking and feeling the way he is. I think he needs to lay down.
It is a special meeting, so I'm sure he's pushing himself a little.
Yeah.
Extra, but I can say, as a fellow introvert, I might come across differently on the screen, but I'm usually the kind of person who thrives in a one-to-one environment. One-on-one interactions and conversations are my favorite.
Sure.
When I'm in places, in conventions, large business meetings where you have dozens of people, I can push myself through it. I can perform. I can converse with as many people as possible. But at the end of the day, I am exhausted. So Archie is probably feeling the same. They were waiting for food still. So once he has his food, he will be a little more energized.
I hope so.
Through that meeting, because it is important. That's the VIP dinner. That's where he deserves to be. He's at the center of the table, if you have seen, along with all the other heavyweights.
Oh, okay.
So it's important for him to be there.
Well, I didn't mean to suggest for him to get up and jump out of an important position at the dinner table. It just he didn't look very comfortable. He looked very tired.
Oh no, Mike, I didn't suggest that either. Of course, you, as a fan of Archie, as a loyalist of Archie, as a friend of Archie, you felt for him. You made a suggestion on that basis. He will push. It's important, but I completely empathize with him. I can put myself in his place. And if you have seen the earlier footage, the live stream from the actual show, when they were having the preview, the cocktails and the finger food and everything, Archie was at all times surrounded by 2-3 people. So he was talking to this guy, talking to that guy, and taking pictures.
So he just burnt out.
So it's normal. Tomorrow it's the first full day, and they have another day to go after that of the London Watch Show. And I heard in the background there was a robbery. There was a robbery.
Wow!
Someone stole a bag at some point from someone. I don't know the details. That's why I want everyone to help me out in the chat. I want people from London to jump on the stream and enlighten me, so we can learn more about what happened to this bag, what happened that people are talking now about a robbery. Robbery.
Yeah, well, let's hope nothing too expensive or dear was stolen. And that maybe it was just some low ticket items.
Actually, it seems a little. Yeah, it seems a little monumental. Mike, Mr. Perpetual shares with us Edinburgh Watch Company got his stock stolen. Edinburgh Watch Company.
Oh shit. 400,000
400,000
sterling, Mike. Holy shit.
500,000.
500,000.
What
Damn.
a disaster. What a disaster.
Fuck me. That throws a damper on things.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, I'm trying to do my best Archie impression, and it's not good at all. And trying to keep things entertaining, but that's very, very disturbing, very, very demoralizing, especially in the run-up to an important commercial show. I hope it doesn't interfere with the event in any way. It is genuinely hard. It's hard. Super Neutron, as far as I hear, if it's a Louis Vuitton bag, you have to add the cost of the bag on top of that.
What is GBP? British pounds?
Yes, Great British
So
pound.
a full bag of watches with 400K in British pounds disappeared.
Yes, guys. We are going to keep this going, of course. The normal operations, we're going to talk about the London Watch Show, about the preview and the cocktail party and the dinner that they had. We're going to talk about the robbery. We're going to talk about Bear Clooney's new watch. And we're going to talk about all the other fishy and fish and chips related affairs emerging from London. Guys, send your questions in with the super chats. If you want us to review something specific, a wristwatch shot, a wrist shot, a collection, send a message with the photos, even with a video, to my email address, lordhellespontv@gmail.com. That's lordhellespontv@gmail.com. We can do you a nice little collection review for $15. I know the Pontiff does them for 25, but we are not the Pontiff. So this is the discounted rate until he comes back. We are co-hosting the show here, Mike the Snake and I at the moment. And the Pontiff will be back next Wednesday. But until then, we are doing our best to entertain you. All the contributions, as always, go directly to the Pontiff. Of course, you should PayPal him directly if you want everything to go to him rather than YouTube taking its cut. But
that's what I do.
We toil here for the Pontiff without expecting anything back. So just know that when you're sending something, this asshole is not taking a cut from it. This beautiful person is not taking a cut from it either. We're just here as loyal servants to the almighty Pontiff.
Let's see here. Excuse me for a second.
What's going on, Mike?
Nothing. I'm just doing something on another page for a second.
All right.
Okay.
Good. Take your time.
So
it's apparently it's going. The details are still emerging. It adds up to, of course, $500,000 in USD, in American dollars. Jonathan from Edinburgh Watch Company is allegedly the victim of this robbery. All sorts of red flags. Fats is saying, "Yeah, I mean, it's
one good thing is London and Europe is cameraed up. Every square inch, every corner, every nook and cranny has a camera pointed at it. So there will be footage
I hope so.
Oh.
And I hope, like, we are talking about a dealer, of course, so all the serial numbers and all the details will be recorded. So hopefully Jonathan will be able to get his watches back. And the culprit or culprits will be caught. What else can we say? There's some positive news. All right, Super Neutron Star, $2 to start it off. Super Chat, thank you for your generous contribution. Super Neutron Star, Mr. Perpetual, $4.99 Super Chat. Fikers, you have heard Mr. Perpetual. Some positive news as well. I know some people have developed, for whatever reason, it might be legitimate, certain ways to hate Zero West watches. I'm pretty ambivalent towards them. Apparently, they have a new model coming out that coincides with the opening of the London Watch Show. And Oshin O'Malley, we know him from the community as the Timeless Watch channel. He just put together a beautiful documentary that premiered right before this show started. Very engaging narrative, beautiful footage. Even if you're not interested in those DB1, the Dam Buster watches they have just introduced, watch the documentary, support Oshin. You might say he doesn't need our support. F that. He does great work, great production value in all his videos, including this one. So go and check it out when you can. It's amazing, great footage, great narrative.
The whole story about the Dam Busters is really an interesting story as well.
Right, and Oshin takes you through it. Right, it's not just a watch review. Some production went into that, and it seems he did most things by himself. I know he gets some help from his daughter, who is a film student.
Yes, she helps.
Great.
She helps us with its editing and stuff like that.
Right.
So yeah, that ought to be great. I would kill to be there. I would love to be there. That would be just a very special event to be attending.
The London Watch Show, are you talking about, Mike?
Yes, yeah. I just all the heavy duties there and all the nice watches to see, and everybody there under one basic topic, which is luxury watches. Is just it's like going to a car show. If you're into cars, it's like going to a big car show. It's special.
You can take consolation in the fact that the Pontiff is coming over to the U.S. He's going to have his U.S. tour, and he's going to be in Vegas in October. If nothing else comes up, if nothing goes wrong, and it will be his big 50. It will be his 50th birthday. So
yeah, I think I'll probably if he goes to Vegas, I'll probably find a way to make it there.
Right, at least for one day, at least for a day trip, maybe one night stay.
Well, Vegas is it's a 10.5 hour, 11-hour drive from me, but my small town airport has because Vegas is a gambling central. They have a commuter, I believe, that runs fairly often, a real cheap commuter daily or every other day, that runs to Vegas. So I think either that or from San Francisco or Oakland. I'd have to drive a bit further, but it's not too much for me to get over there. And to meet Archie, I would do it. No problem. I'd love to meet Archie, and you bet.
Absolutely.
I just hope he, maybe some food in his belly and a little more water, and he'll feel a little better, and make it through the evening tonight. You know,
I have no doubt.
well enough, and yeah, and I think tomorrow, you know, he'll be far enough along from jet lag to be energized and ready for battle.
Look, I mean, the other thing, of course, is in addition to all that in-person attention he was getting and all those conversation he was engaged in, it's an extra burden to have that camera switched on and on your face half the time. So
yeah,
that's one of the reasons why he wanted to shut down that live stream, because he just wanted a break from being exposed and live streamed like that.
Yeah, totally understandable.
So I don't think it's a big deal. He's gonna be up and about tomorrow.
Yeah, I was kind of urging Tim to take him up to his room, but I didn't realize that dinner hadn't started. And I was just thinking, hey, as a friend, Tim, get your friend up into the room. He doesn't look like he's feeling good.
Okay, well, I mean, Mike, the way you're talking about it, people will think something is going on. He was just exhausted.
No, he just was tired. And so, yeah, it was a misinterpretation on my part. And I was corrected that he wasn't drinking. And I even said so on the chat and said, my bad for assuming he was drunk. He was tired. I totally understand. And I corrected that and on the stream earlier. And I just hope the best for Archie. You know, always. You know, we all do.
He's doing fine. He's finally getting
understand why he's pooped out.
He's finally getting feeded in the way he deserves. He's finally getting recognized. He's finally getting greeted on the streets, in the show. Trust me, he's enjoying himself. I'm sure of that. If they will perhaps join later the live stream from their room, they might, but we won't pressure him. We won't pressure them today. I know that our Australian fans are getting a little jealous from all this attention he's getting in London. They're already doing their best to interrupt Archie's US trip. We won't allow that. Us vulture capitalists from the US are seizing Archie. We're going to make him our very own pontiff. Joking aside, yes, all this attention he has been getting in London, I love seeing him out and about. I love also seeing him in the US, hopefully very, very soon. Captain Kirk, jump on the panel. Maybe you can teach me a thing or two about hosting live streams. I've never seen you host anything. Jump on the panel. Help me out.
Yeah, help us both out.
No, Mike, I'm joking. If we needed the help of some losers in the chat, trust me, we wouldn't be there. And this stream would have been flattened out already. Don't worry about it. So, guys, we have been talking about new releases for 2022. We have talked about green watches for the St. Patrick's Day yesterday. And we are talking about the London Watch Show today. We were talking about the Robbery. I'm going to talk about rectangular watches tomorrow in the stream. Today we are going to have free-flowing show conversation. I'm going to post the link, and hopefully some of us. Some of the regulars, some of the usual suspects will come. Yes, Joseph Wright, I'm sorry, I cannot really show you anything on the live stream, but I would love to teach you a thing or two. If you're ever in Los Angeles, please come by. I'll make sure to put my finger in the right place. No worries. Guys, you know, that's my actual thing. I love antagonizing people in the chat. I love barking at them. I love fighting with them. So please send all that negative energy and I'll bowl it together and throw it back to your face. Ross Rachel Brady, $4.99. Terrible news about Jonathan. This is the Edinburgh Watch Company. I've never had watches stolen from me, but I've had my house robbed. And it's no fun. It messes with your head mentally. Stefan or Stefan, how are you?
Hi, Lord. Hello. Yes, good evening. I'm good. Thank you. Yourself?
Hey, Stefan.
Hello, Mike.
So nice to see you.
Nice to see you guys. No, so I just thought I'd jump on. I've been to the London Watch Show this evening, and I'm staying in the Grosvenor House Marriott, and I'm just trying to catch up with the chat and seeing what's going on. Just
So
thought I
did
might
you-
be able to add a little bit to it.
Yes,
Did you
please.
hear about what happened today?
I did. I didn't realize what was going on until I saw Paul Thorpe streaming about it. But obviously, the gist of it, you guys already know with the value amount of what's been going on, the value that's taken. It's my understanding that all the dealers that have been to the show had to put all of their stock into a locked, sort of sealed bag that was then taken by security guys into the main area. And I think that's what's gone wrong, is somewhere in between somebody who was either part of the security team or thought to be part of the security team has gone off with Jonathan from Edinburgh Watch Company stock. So it's
Yeah, somebody said last seen it was in a security guard's hands.
yeah.
That was
So that's
the last it was seen.
that's what my understanding is from the guys I've spoken to. And just as I was coming back into my room, I was in the lift with Paul Thorpe before he was going out to meet the guys for the meal, and just having a quick chat with him. And it's put a massive downer on things for everyone, because obviously it's a very bad start for the event and everybody. And it's a shame, because for me, it's been brilliant. You know, it's for me coming down to London. I've met Archie and Tim and a whole load of people for the first time. It's been good fun seeing these guys. Well, Archie, I've followed him for years and years and years. It's great that he's come to the UK, and then something like this has happened, which has put a real downer on things. So I thought, while I'm here, you know, I've met a lot of these guys today. I've seen a bit of what's going on. You know, Lord, I think you've been doing a brilliant job running the show while, you know, Archie's not here. Mike, well done for supporting and setting up as well. You know, I'm one of these people that enjoys, you know, listening and watching you guys. I don't often participate because I'm normally listening to the watch chat while I'm trying to get my young son to go to sleep, because he doesn't really like to go to sleep. So,
but today you're in the hotel room, so
yeah. But today I'm here. You know, we've had a good chat, had a few beers with the guys. I've just had some room service dinner, listening, and I thought I'd better try and jump on and try and see if there's anything I can add, or thought maybe you guys might want to ask.
Yeah, I mean, look, Stefan, this has been really great, because all we have is absolute hearsay and what we see on the streams and videos. You're actually there, and like the people in the chat are saying, you sound like a proper BBC reporter. So it's your voice has more authority than any of us mere mortals can have.
The only difference is he's not giving us fake news as BBC.
No, thanks.
Hey, Stefan, you might try something that worked with me. When I was a child, my father would strap. It's not here, but he would strap his watch around my ankle, and he'd tell me. I forget what he'd tell me, but say like, "This is a magic watch, and this will help you go to sleep." And I would not go to sleep for years without that watch strapped around my ankle, and that might maybe get your kid to go to sleep more calmly. Like, you know, it might be an aid to getting him to go to sleep. It worked for me as a child.
I appreciate the.
Mike is still sleeping as a result of it.
Yeah,
I never woke up.
Can I please welcome Bear Clooney to the show? The return.
Thank you, sir.
It's great to see you, Bear. Missed you yesterday.
It's truly an honor to be back with you guys. Stefan, nice to meet you. First time I see you on a live stream. Welcome. Lord, Mikey, you're holding a fort really well. I am very impressed and thankful to you guys for keeping the live stream going in a fashion that you do. And It's actually been a lot of watch talk. It might come as a shock to some visiting the channel after Archie returns, because watch talk is not primarily present on this live stream.
That's why I wanted to change the gears a little bit, Bear, and antagonize people in the chat, because we have given them too much about watches in the last few days.
But I think I'd also welcome any kind of comedy or diversified discussion as well, other than watch talk, because keeping in the spirit of Archie's stream, which is about watches and everything else, and
exactly.
So we can't just go watch hard. Let's
keep it, I hear there was some unfortunate theft of some watches. Who is Jonathan, by the way?
Edinburgh Watch Company, apparently.
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh goodness! And it happened at the London Watch Show.
Yeah.
What was stolen? How did it happen? You might have already said. I'm just curious what exactly transpired.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, it was my understanding. I've ended up speaking with Paul Thorpe and John TINT, a few other people, just to corroborate everything, make sure my information was correct. It was my understanding.
Sorry for the interruption. Humble Pine, $9.99 American dollars. Too much watch talk. Want to see a Lord explodes.
Well, he needs an initial capsule for it. So how about I say, vintage Rolex sucks. It's garbage, and anybody who has interest in vintage Rolex doesn't know anything about watches.
Bear, when you said, what the fuck are these people thinking? These watches are flimsy and toys. I had people messaging me, this Bear guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, I had at least 5 different people messaging me about this.
They were right. By the way, when it comes to vintage watches, I truly don't know what I'm talking about.
No, I felt. Oh, you're right. I felt personally aggressed and attacked when you said things like that.
Please explode.
But I actually like you.
I know. I like you too, man.
Apparently, there was all of his watches and 425,000
this
pounds.
Gentleman says, Mr. Perpetual says, Jonathan is disabled and wheelchair bound. I know that gentleman. I watched.
That's correct.
I watched some of his videos when he presents watches that are available. Wow, that's terrible, guys. Wow. So he got robbed, or was this stolen?
No, it apparently, from what I've been told, all the dealers that have come to the show have had to put all of their stock, when they unloaded it, into these sealed bags that were then taken by the security team from whatever the loading area is to the hall. And it's at that point, somebody who was either security or was pretending to be part of that team had got hold of that bag of Jonathan's watches and walked off with it. So
do we know what was in the bag? Which watches are gone?
We don't know what watches. All we know is the value of them was in the region of £400,000.
Oh
no! It was the watches and £400,000.
No. It's watches to the value of £400,000 sterling.
Okay, I thought I read it wrong. Somebody wrote it.
That's my understanding from what I've overheard.
Now, Stefan, please, you might be relatively new on a live stream. The official currency of ArchieLuxury live stream are Canadian dollars.
Okay.
Therefore, it's $1 million Canadian dollars worth.
Okay. I apologize. I'm well aware that you're the boss man behind the scenes. So I will.
By the end of the show, it'll be 70 million. By the end of the show, it'll be 70 million.
It's probably $100 million. Yeah.
So, what was happening for the time I've been gone? Can someone summarize? I'm just curious what's new. I mean, I've been keeping an eye relatively on watching the live streaming, but what's the most interesting highlights of the last week?
You want the drama or you want the watch talk?
a little bit of both, like a little bit of drama, and I'm aware of a drama, me and Gero, that I actually participated in. But what else happening? What's a drama that happened in the last week? The highlights, and what's the interesting thing from Archie, from Tim? Please, if you don't mind, just a summary.
There are a few secret videos emerging from Archie and Tim's room in Soho.
Okay.
They have already moved to Grosvenor, so this was yesterday and before.
Okay.
Archie was talking all sorts of greasy shit about Cars and Chrono, always, as always. And Tim was doing his best to stay diplomatic, and I found that restraint quite beautiful because he was, as the Scots would say, properly pished. He was completely out of his mind. He was absolutely wankered. Yet he didn't say one bad thing about Cars and Chrono. That was pretty funny to me. As much as Archie talked shit, Tim kind of held
But
it.
why was Archie talking shit about Cars and Chrono?
Because Archie was saying that, okay, he took you out to dinner and you didn't even drink, yet he split things like, right down the middle and made you pay for the wine. He's stingy. Don't you see this guy is a vulture capitalist? He's not. He wants 30% ROI. So his usual shtick there.
Yeah, but when did they actually go with was Cars and Chrono in London?
No,
Yeah.
They were talking about the last time Tim was in Los Angeles. And
Okay.
Okay.
So Archie concludes that Cars and Chrono is cheap faker.
Yes, well, he had concluded, I think, a while ago. So you
Okay.
the camera in a leaked video.
Okay, I don't necessarily agree with that because he's been quite supportive of the channel. He's been very generous in his super chats. He paid good money for watch review. He was a good sport when Archie actually lost it on his collection. And realistically, when Archie was looking for investor, he was just not naive and he took it seriously. So Archie maybe was a little bit taken off by it. I don't know. I think
Didn't he help Archie with his? Didn't he help Archie with his flight costs or his travel costs?
No. It was no. That was not Cars and Chrono. But nevertheless, he's been a great supporter of ArchieLuxury.
Yeah, he's a big supporter, big dollar supporter.
Was
sure.
Was Archie drunk?
No. Archie was quite fine, quite sober, sounded quite clear-minded. If you ask me. No, it was a shtick at the end of the day.
Probably.
It was
okay.
Then there was Archie talking about the wonderful, sexy time they had in his sleep, dreaming about Timmy coming back and coming all over him. There was a video of that. They have been getting very intimate. But unfortunately, Timmy forgot his Vaseline here. But
my God!
He seems to be taking it quite well. I've seen Timmy walking around on live streams, and he's quite straight. Not in that way, perhaps, but in the way he walks.
Walking funny.
So they're having a beautiful time. They're enjoying themselves.
I'm glad.
They're enjoying each other. Tim actually was so nice to greet Archie with a bouquet of flowers.
I seen that picture. There was a similar kiss like a Brezhnev and what was that guy that Brezhnev gave the kiss to? Help me. Leonid Brezhnev and the German guy.
I forgot.
When they broke the first time they met. Anyway, it was interesting kiss. It was a nose to nose. Yeah, very intimate.
He was on the horns as well, but I don't think he did that.
Interesting.
That I thought that was an extremely nice gesture. especially a flight coming in from Abu Dhabi. He was almost going to propose him for ask for his hand in marriage, so to speak.
Wonderful. So they did find each other, and they are finally a couple.
I think so.
Yeah, they're living
That
together.
that was the
They've moved in
plan.
together.
And we have another.
That was the plan all along. That was the plan all along.
It was a joke at first, and I initially thought like, yeah, that'll never happen. And look,
Alexander just helped me. Thank you, Alexander. It was the kiss between Leonid Brezhnev and Erich Honecker, the famous kiss between the German leader and Soviet Union leader. And that reminded me when I saw Archie and Timmy.
By the way, I just realized that more or less, the watch community seems to be part of NAMBLA's rebranding. There's Archie and Timmy, and Sirocco and Diego met in Atlanta as well. So we have all these couples of older men with younger men.
My goodness. My goodness. Oh, yeah, that's right. Sirocco is visiting U.S. He's in Miami, and then he met Diego. That's cool.
He met him.
That's interesting.
But everyone knows where Diego lives by now, so I don't need to repeat it, though.
By the way, you are doing pretty good. You got 150 viewers, but we have only 41 upvotes. So can we guys please support these guys?
Watch this.
Okay, sir.
All right, we have 42.
Thank you, Mike. So don't forget to upvote and support. If you have any questions, we still are to reveal Bear's new watch. Bear, how much of a super chat do we need for that reveal?
Well, let's not be greedy. We are B team. We are not A team. We appreciate any super chat. So to be frank, $5 super chat, and I will reveal my newest steel stunner, Rolex steel stunner, something that is completely new to my collection. By the way, I did want to comment. Yesterday, OC wanted me to respond on, he says, I sell a lot of Rolex watches. I actually don't. I sell a lot of non-Rolex watches. And I sold from my modern collection, I sold my early precision. I'm not going to count the early watches. Oh, there we go. We got some super chats
for the new
Thank you,
one.
guy.
Let's go. 495.
Thank you.
499.
All right. But before, I would just want to answer this question that OC was asking. So there was, thank you very much, 49 Spine, and thank you very much, Taking Time. Appreciate your support, guys, very much. What I wanted to say is, so the one watch I sold from my modern collection was Air King. When I bought the Air King, I bought it kind of, oh, thank you, Orange Grove. How much?
Official currency of ArchieLuxury, 10 Canadian dollars. Bear.
Thank you, my Canadian brother.
Extra Bear Growl, please.
Oh, Canadian Bear Growl. Oh, my goodness.
Or exhibition only, $4.99. Bear, let's unbox that puppy.
Thank you, guys. That's very kind of you. By the way, so I bought the Air King, right? And I did not like that watch. I bought it. Oh my God, Jack! Thank you, guys.
Let's see it, please.
Okay, you know what? I'll first do this.
Resume the story later. Show them the watch, Bear.
Okay.
Awesome.
Can we guess?
Milgaus?
Can we guess?
Milgaus? No?
No.
No, it's not a Milgaus because it's got the flip-flop.
Explorer
2.
Nice.
Very nice.
I did not have. Is this the one they call Steve McQueen?
That's properly 1655. Is the vintage watch that's called the Steve McQueen.
Yeah, and this is then kind of re-edition or whatever, the new modern version of it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's it. That's my first black dial Explorer 2. I have 3 polar. I have a one pre 40 millimeter with the red GMT hand. I have a first version of the white, and I have a second version of white. And this is the first black dial. And by the way, thank you so much for overwhelming support on this, guys. Much appreciated. And I have to say, it took. You know what? I'm such a hype beast. Okay, like I gotta be honest with you. This watch was sitting in front of me at one time when it was easy to get. When it was, you want this watch? You get this watch. And I never paid attention to it. I actually never thought, oh, I want this watch. I never even tried it on. Then it becomes difficult to get. Now, as you know, every possible Rolex is hard to get, never mind steel. And then you start appreciating it. What is wrong with us? Come on. What is really going on? Why do we need to have a watch that's hard to get to start looking more into it?
That's nice.
Oh!
20 pounds sterling.
Thank you very much, big brother from another mother. Look at those eyes. I'm looking at your eyes. I'm mesmerized by your eyes, my Scottish brother. Good to see you. But you know what I mean? It's really Lord. I'm embarrassed to admit that, but it is the fact. I'm not going to bullshit people. I always try to tell the truth, and the more they're in demand, the more I want them. The harder they get, the more excited I am. Then I find more beauty in them. You actually start looking deeper. You appreciate the contrast of the dial. You appreciate the little orange bezel. You appreciate how it contrasts the steel brushed bezel. You start saying, wow, this is actually beautiful.
Pavel, $10, 4-piece Explorer 2 Hangabasta, bear.
Yeah. Now, I'm actually craving previous version, but I'm not going to be able to get it because I won't be able to get it from AD, and they are gone too high for what they really are on the secondary market. Oh, is this the proper Steve McQueen? Okay.
The ironic thing about this watch, Bear, it's not a Rolex that Steve McQueen wore. He was more seen out and about with his 4 digits, 5512 and 5513s. But this is Steve McQueen, and the orange hand in this new version is a nod to this original 1655.
That's a beautiful watch, man. Yeah, see, it's an interesting thing. How did it even become Steve McQueen when we don't have one picture proving that he wore that watch? Not one.
It's something to do with the Italian collectors or the Italian watch dealers that
as always
nicknamed it that way. Yeah.
I don't want to stereotype anyone, but it's an issue of false marketing, basically.
Well, it is. However, I mean, how does Pepsi become Pepsi? Kermit becomes Kermit, and so on and so on. Blueberry, and I don't know. Everything gets its name, popular name. Jeff, super chat, thank you. Great watch, Bear. I just picked up the previous version with the floating hands. Yes. You get into new watch and then you start reading and you want to know more and you get deeper into it. And yes, I know, I read about it, I've seen it, and I understand the point. And it's very, very cool. I want it badly. You know what he means by floating hand. Obviously, Lord, right?
Yeah, but please explain for all the punters.
Well, we're talking about the GMT hand blending into the black dial, right? So we are basically saying that only the tip is orange. Am I right? Or no? Help me.
What do you mean? In this case?
No. In the previous version, which they call floating floating hand. Previous
Yes.
version, the 40 millimeter, right?
Yes.
Bring it up,
Of course.
if you can.
Right here. The floating hand has not the tip, but the bottom of it. It's it's black.
So it blends into the black dial. Therefore, the tip appears that's to be the only factor on that dial, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Now,
John Galt says I'm incorrect. He says I'm incorrect.
so these
I
are
don't
the
know.
two
that's
versions.
it. Yeah, it's there on the left.
Yeah, the hands have black on the bottom,
Yeah, it's black on
and
the
the
bottom.
tip
Correct.
and the tip is orange. So therefore, it appears to be floating. Why am I incorrect? Can someone help me? Or maybe I expressed myself in the wrong way.
No, you're correct.
Bear, I think sometimes it's hard to talk about these things without the visuals. I think
Right.
you did it just fine. It's just more specific like this. So
Right.
this is,
And I like that. I like that concept of the floating hand. I think it's very cool. By the way, we have our friend Showcase Watches, and I would love if he joins us on a live stream. He says,
Yeah,
I
of
only
course.
own one Rolex, and it is the exact watch, Bear. He has this watch. The least Rolex of the Rolex catalog, which is exactly why it's the one and only Rolex I want to own. Oh, James, you're such a fucking douchebag sometimes, honestly. Like, why do you need to be such a politician, okay, when it comes to horology? I'm a politician when it comes to politics, okay? But this whole bullshit about being anti-Rolex, but I have a Rolex that's... No, it's a Rolex, okay? It has a crown, all right?
he's just trying.
Better, and it's better than any of your fucking Omega watches, okay?
He's
Come
just trying
on.
this channel.
Come on and
That's-
debate me.
I was
That's
trying to
his-
send a PayPal to Archie for $5 to get you to show your watch, Bear, and I accidentally knocked myself off the stream.
That's
And,
okay, Mikey. Thank
that's
you
why
very
I
much.
disappeared. My bad.
Thank you. No problem at all.
Then somebody beat me to it, so Archie got doubled up. He got a $5.
What do you think, Mikey? Do you like this this piece?
That may be my GMT that I get, because I have 2 more Rolexes to get, a GMT and a shiny. Like, I want to cover a big diver, little diver, GMT, and a shiny, which is either going to be an OP41 or a non-fluted bezel Datejust. And so I have kind of a dress all the way up to the big diver, kind of a 4-watch winter chicken dinner Rolex meal deal. I don't want the whole fucking line. I just want those 4, and then that'll free me to go shopping among the other brands. And but until then, my eye on the prize is those last 2 watches, and the only one still really available to me financially is that watch that you have in your hand there. So that's probably going to be my next watch.
I do want to comment actually on something else. I want to finish what I was talking about, the Rolexes that I sold. There is one Rolex I sold, which is Air King, but I bought it back because I regretted selling it because, in all honesty, again, that thing, Lord, it was not hyped, then it became hyped, and I started loving it. Because I'm a bit of a douchebag. Okay?
So wait until
I love the honesty.
Did you have to wait until Oshin's video was released? That watch.
Yeah, I got it. Oshin did hype it big time. Good for him. And then the other one that I got rid of, and this one I never replaced, and I miss it tremendously. It was the stupidest move ever.
Oh.
Okay, sorry.
$2 comments from Roaring Bear. 100K versus 20K. I'm pulling up the picture now. Right.
Okay, so I'm gonna finish this, and then as you pull in the picture, I traded my OP white dial 39 millimeter, which was a beautiful watch, and I miss it so much. I traded it for fucking Snowflake, Grand Seiko Snowflake, which I liked maybe 2 days, and then came to realization I fucking hate it. I hated the titanium. I hated the bracelet. I hated the power reserve. I hated the spring drive. I hated everything about that fucking watch. Then I got rid of it, and I never got my OP39 back. And there you go. There you go. Now it's through the roof. Anyway, so what are we looking at?
So this is a Rolex versus Tudor comparison. One set costs about $100,000 on retail, I guess, and the other set costs about $20,000 on retail.
Okay.
So we have the Daytona GMT Master 2 Pepsi, the No Date Submariner, Explorer, and Day Date 40 in white gold with blue dial on one side. And we have the Diet Pepsi, Black Bay on rubber band, Tudor Royale. This is, what is this? Tudor North Flag, I want to say. This one.
Yeah, it's the Ranger, I think that one is.
Ranger, and then Tudor
That's a Ranger, yeah.
Monte Carlo, right? That's what it's
No,
called?
that's a no.
Yes, Monte Carlo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
what's the question?
he wants you to compare those 5 watch sets to each other, as far as I can understand from the way he phrased it.
Very honestly, timepiece fun. It's a day and night. It's comparing Maserati or comparing, I don't know how would I explain? It's a day and night. It's uncomparable. It's actually should be more than 100 versus 10. It should be 200 versus 10. When I look at this is such a no. It just now convinces me even more to be a Rolex fanboy. Honestly, the more I look at it, the more I love Rolex. Honest to God. No thanks. I'll take this. I'll sell all these Tudors and I'll get one Rolex rather than these Tudors. If we want to be honest, I'm going to have the Tudors if I have all the Rolex. I'm not going to satisfy myself with just a Tudor. I can have one Tudor. If I cannot afford Rolex and I have one Tudor, I can accept that. Okay, I'll live with that. But I'm not going to do collection of 5 Tudors and not have one Rolex. That to me is redundant. It's crazy. It doesn't make sense. If I can afford 5 Tudors, that means I can afford one Rolex. And to me, one Rolex is worth 5 Tudors. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm being honest. I'm not going to bullshit you. And it's coming from a guy who actually loves Tudor. My Tudor 58 is one of my favorite watches. But it's easy for me to love Tudor 58 when I have another 30 steel Rolex pieces. That satisfies my greed and my need to hoard and my need to own and my need to have a bigger dick than the other guy. Right?
Well, I completely agree, actually. For me, it's not even a Rolex versus Tudor question. I always prefer getting, one watch that I really want rather than 2, 3, 4 watches that I kind of like. For me, I would rather get one watch that I absolutely love and that I would never willingly get rid of than 4 watches that make a collection.
You'll forever feel unfulfilled without that one watch, no matter how many watches you buy.
Like if you cannot, okay. So let's say you have a Tudor and let's say you have a Tudor Black Bay 58 and you have a Speedy. I will say beautiful, really nice. You have a diver, you have a chronograph, nice collection. If you get to a point, and I hope Mr. Tudor is not watching this, but he's somewhere in Nashville chasing blonde girls and not paying attention to my rant. Please, guys, don't point this to him because I love him and I think he's a great guy. I'm going to say this. If you get to a point that you start adding, like I see people who have 10 Grand Seikos, What the fuck is wrong with you? What are you doing? I mean, I understand being a fan of the only brands that I can understand collecting numerous pieces would be, in my humble opinion, Rolex, Patek, and maybe AP. With AP, I'm not so sure either. It's kind of not appealing to me anyway. But Rolex and Patek, I would say, yeah, okay. You know what? That's multi-unit collections that make sense. I look at these 5 pieces that that are in front of me, and I look at these 5 pieces that are in front of me from Rolex, and what a remarkable set, dude. I mean, this is perfection. Do you agree with me or no?
But you could take all those watches and give me that one Submariner, and leave me with just that one watch, and I would be a happy camper for the rest of my life.
Yeah. And that
if I weren't a multiple watch guy.
And that doesn't mean, guys, we're shitting on any of these Tudor watches, because Monte Carlo, great, right? Pepsi, great, everything. And you know what? There's super chat from a Timepiece fan.
$2. I love both brands, and I'm a hoarder. Thanks, Bear. Greed is good.
Greed is good. Yes. Get your gold Santos. Get your gold Santos and stand proudly and say, greed is good.
That's the thing, guys. Tudor allows you to hoard because they're all in the lower price range, so you can go buying freely and buy a bunch of them and hoard all you want. Just make sure you got that 1 or 2 Rolexes that you know are important to you first. If that's what's important to you, and it is to most people. It is to me. Submariner. Without my Submariner, I'm nothing.
I will add this, and it kind of picks up from an earlier conversation with Bear on this stream. There are these quirks about certain brands' histories, and if we love the brand, we cherish those odd elements in the history, and we don't care about it. But we hate the brand, and we pick out those details to say, oh, it's a Phoenix brand. It doesn't have anything to do with the heritage. Chapek doesn't have anything to do with Chapek originally, whatever. We have all sorts of excuses. And I know that a watch is not for me when I like something about it, and then I start examining it, handling it, obsessing over it, and then I find 1 or 2 things that I absolutely cannot live with. It irritates me to no end. So I say, okay, I move on from this watch, because when I actually love a watch, those 2 quirks become exactly what I love about that watch. My simple example is the Seamaster Diver 300 for me, right? I love that watch from a distance, but whenever I try to get one, whether it's vintage or contemporary, the helium release valve gets to me. The skeleton hands gets to me. If I love that watch, I would love those skeleton hands to death. I know it. Dan T, $4.99. Thank you. Welcome back, Bear. We love Bear. Lord, Mike, Marcelo, and the rest. Nice job with the streams. Thank you.
Dan, my Macedonian brother, love to you, brother, and congrats on the Red Star win yesterday. I know it was not the win that got him to the next round, but it was a great game, and I was proud to see them play well. You're a good man. You're a good man, Dan. Thanks for watching and supporting.
They were playing against Rangers, Glasgow Rangers?
Yeah.
Too bad.
Yeah, they won. They played really well. I'm not their fan. Dan is. I'm a Partizan Belgrade fan. We got demolished, so I don't want to even talk about it. But okay. They played well, and they played a good team. Glasgow Rangers is a great team.
My roommate in college was not only a Partizan fan, he was also a rower who rowed for Partizan when he was.
Cool.
So it's I love that.
Cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. I'm a fanatic when it comes to Partizan. I can show you my Partizan, small Partizan collection later on. If you guys want to see it, I can actually show you some pieces of that.
I would love that. So you're a partisan of Partizan.
Partisan of Partizan. Yes, yes. You want to see? You want to see? I'll show you.
Yeah, please.
It's actually kind of cool. Okay, hang on.
Of course, for those of you who are not familiar with football, soccer, and rivalries, Partizan and Red Star are the two big teams from Belgrade, and they are sports teams. So they don't only have soccer teams; they have all these different branches of sport, and in each branch, they have a very they have an eternal competition between these two clubs.
Okay, it's a little bit dark. My light burnt out here, but you can see. I'm hoping you can see. These are some of the original flags. This is from like '83 when they played Dynamo Berlin. These are the actual original programs from the games. Can you see?
Yes.
Okay.
Against Manchester United, there's a European Cup game.
Yeah, this was in 1966 and our greatest success when we actually managed to beat Manchester United and make it a final, which we played with Real Madrid and unfortunately lost 2-1. This is also some other games with Queen's Park Rangers, Leeds United. This was a rematch with Manchester United. The famous game with the Juventus. These are all my collectibles. These are some the tickets from the games, some really important games. These are some. This is actually original flag players. These are the Panzini. Some of that stuff. You know what I mean?
Oh, the timepiece fund, $2. Is our pontiff safe in London? Happy to ring MI5. Yes, Tim is taking great care of him. So far, so good. He looked great, if a little bit tired at the dinner table. He's doing well.
These are all the Partizan Belgrade badges from. I think there is no badge, pin, whatever you want to call it, that was ever issued that I don't have. I don't think such a thing exists.
Guys, that's you.
This is actually some of the very, very first ones issued in 1945, right here. Very, very rare.
Collection, but you haven't seen anything, right? This is a real collector.
Yeah, I collect everything. I am a crazy man when it comes to that. But Partizan has been my passion since I was a young guy. I was part of the hooligans. Yes, the hooligans. Yeah, that's where I learned to become bully. First, before military. So that's where you practice, you know? That's where you practice your bully skills.
There.
So anyway.
We got the hooligan out of the stadium, but were we ever able to get that hooligan out of you? Or are you still a hooligan?
Listen, my heart is always ready for a good fight. I always welcome a good fight. I'll be honest with you, problem with it is I don't necessarily have a strength or speed or energy or any of it, but heart is there. Heart is always ready. I mean, I've been to some real interesting situations with Partizan Belgrade, visiting England, visiting some really tough parts of former Yugoslavia. Always the toughest games were in Zagreb, in Split, in Croatia. Those were very difficult visits. Let me put it this way. Often our bus would end up in the sea, and the fights were for survival, not necessarily all for prestige.
And we are talking about Dinamo Zagreb and Hajduk Split, right?
That's correct. That was the big four in former Yugoslavia: Dinamo Zagreb, Hajduk Split, Red Star Belgrade, and Partizan Belgrade. And the main rivalries were without them. And then when I lived in London, I got hooked up with the Millwall fans. And they were. So you're familiar with Millwall fans? Nobody likes us, and we don't care.
We don't care, yeah.
Yeah. So I had a couple of good friends there. So I practiced further my ultra skills and my hooligan skills in London, England. So I should write a book about this. This is more interesting than horology. Yeah, that was interesting.
Well, there's been too much watch talk this evening for my liking, so it's nice to see.
Yeah.
We're going to start talking about 3 Series BMWs in a minute.
And you know what?
No. Pat asks, have you anything with Glasgow Rangers?
Sorry?
Do you have anything in your partisan collection with Rangers, relating to Glasgow Rangers?
Probably one of the pins. I'm sure there is a pin when they played. I'm not really sure why. Are you Glasgow Rangers fan?
I guess Fats is in near Edinburgh, I thought, but anyway.
Oh, no kidding. Oh, wow. Yeah. No, I don't think I have anything specifically Glasgow Rangers. We're not really associated with them. The clubs that we're associated with are in England, it's Chelsea. In Russia, it's CSKA. In Greece, it's PAOK. So, and we don't really have close relationship with anybody from Scotland, but I would support Glasgow, I think, over Celtic myself. When they play, it's just I choose that team over them, and I'm a big fan of their goalie. He's kind of a robust gentleman, and I like his attitude. I like his heart.
Who's goalie?
Present goalie of the Glasgow Rangers. I think his last name is McDonald.
McGregor. Alan
McGregor. Yeah. Alan McGregor. Yeah. 40 years old. The guy is amazing. The attitude, the energy, and he was again in this game with the Red Star. He was amazing. He really put 40-year-old man doing that kind of job. Just impressive. Yeah. So
we know that the goalkeepers have longer lasting careers for sure, and the careers have been extending. With all these developments, the Timepiece Fund, worship my great granddaddy's MC, awarded in 1915.
Manchester City awarded what? What is
Racing
the MC? Sorry, what?
50 reales. Good night, Bear. And the panel question: best one and done Rolex.
Oh, you want to go first?
Well, are we asking contemporary line or vintage? For me, best one and done Rolex is double red Sea Dweller, 1665. In the contemporary line, I would go for an SD43. Sea Dweller 43, red lining. Yeah.
Okay, for me, I actually did a video on it, and I did it by eliminating, by basically eliminating as I go. And for me, it was Rolex sub, obviously no date. Modern. I don't talk vintage because I don't understand vintage. That would be one and done. And I would say that is perfect watch. Now, when it comes to, I think if I'm, it's an interesting thing. The one watch that I would love, I don't own. It's contemporary, and I need to buy it, and I regret not buying it. And that's maybe the one I would go for now if I have to choose one and done. And that would be Sea Dweller 4K.
Nice.
I love that watch. I love that watch on so many levels, and I cannot forgive myself for not buying it when I could have. Oh, there we go.
Yes, Dan T. Again, $4.99 US. Although I'm a Red Star fan, Mijatovic and Savo Milosevic are some of my favorites. How can you not like Mitro as well?
Mitro's on fire. Mitros is going to bring the World Cup to Serbia, Belgrade. That's what we're counting on. From Qatar to Belgrade. Oh, I love Mitros. I love Mitros. By the way, just so you know, my Red Star fan, that's true. Mijatovic, who was in Real Madrid. Savo Milosevic was, where was Savo playing? Shit, I forgot.
Man.
Savo was a striker, big striker. I think he played in Spain.
Played for a while in the Spanish league, if I'm not mistaken. No?
Yeah. And then Mitros is now in the Paul Torp's favorite club.
Oh, just to pay proper respect to Timepiece Fund's earlier chat, he was talking about his great-granddaddy's military cross.
Oh, well, of course, man. Come on.
Thank you, Timepiece, for clarifying. Much respect.
That's much respect, of course. So what were we talking? Sorry, we talked so many things. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Mitro's on fire. Mitro's on fire, guys. I'm kidding.
Jen, sorry, I'm afraid I'm going to have to leave. So I just want to say goodbye. Lovely meeting you all. I appreciate the chat.
Thank
Good
you
fun.
so much.
Thank you,
Stefan.
Stefan.
Our man in London, thank you for reporting from Grosvenor House.
Yes, thanks for the report.
Nice meeting you all. You're doing a good job. Take
Love
care.
it.
Lord,
Thank you. All the best.
I'm going to dip out for 10 minutes. I've got to go get some dog food for my puppy.
That's quite all right. Take care.
I'll be back in just a few minutes, okay?
All right.
Okay, Mikey. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm going to leave my window open, and I will be right back after these messages.
All right, Mikey.
Thank you, my friend.
Mikey. Yeah. So what? We touched on watches. I regret not getting the Sea Dweller 4K. Oh, we got another super chat.
Oh, it's not dropped on StreamYard yet. Wow, $9.99 US for exhibition only. Bear, could you recommend which subs I should consider if I'm purchasing on the gray market?
Okay, so this is going to be good because I'm not the only one here. So we got Lord. So we can kind of look into, I can tell you what my opinion is on a modern, contemporary. But Lord will probably give you a good advice on neo-vintage or vintage. So I would say the best deal at the moment probably is previous version, no date, 40 millimeter. That's what I would advise. It's a beautiful watch. It's still a decent value, great size. I love the clasp on it much more than on the newer one. You can't do wrong on it. It's timeless watch and it will never depreciate for sure. Now, Lord, you might have a better suggestion from Neo Vintage or whatever you think.
Well,
best.
Look for. There are a few different options. I think the reason for exhibition only directed it towards you was probably because he was looking for something contemporary, but because this is a public platform, I'll take the chance to address and direct people also to some of the late 90s and early 2000s, what we nowadays call a neo vintage watch. As the
that's a good value. That's a good value.
Amazing value for two models. First of all, I will say go for 14060, 14060. If you can find one 14060M, we're talking about the two liners, right? That has a newer movement. That has actually the Luminova hands as well. So we are now in 2000s and a more contemporary territory than even neo vintage, but that's also a good deal, especially if you care about the new movement. Both of these watches, I think, can still be scored around the $10,000 mark. If you're looking for the date version, 16610 is a great deal as well, right around the same price. They're trending around the same price.
That's a Sea Dweller, right?
No. 16610.
Oh, yeah.
It's a date sub from the same era.
Okay.
One thing I will say, and I make the suggestion for both people from, who are vintage fans and trying to move into something contemporary, but not necessarily current. And also for people who love current Rolex watches and want to dip their toes into something vintage-like or something older. Get those watches from right around 2000s, so you can find the 14060. I think by then it's already M, or 16610. You can have the Holz case, but you can have a solid end link bracelet, which is a more modern construction, which feels more hefty.
Yeah.
But you will still have the Holz case, like I got on this Explorer 2, right, from 2000. You have the Holz case, a solid end link bracelet. I find to be the best compromise between neo-vintage and contemporary. If you want to go back a little, get a great deal, and start dipping your toes in older Rolex watches that still have a certain vintage feel, but are not quite. Because for me, to be a Rolex vintage, no matter how old it is, these watches are already more than 20 years old. You have to have some tritium on the dial, even if you don't have a plastic crystal, right? You have to have certain elements to make it really feel and wear like vintage for me. But I'm just talking.
So you by the way, he has another. There we go. So he's telling you.
He was actually. I'm glad. I'm sorry I couldn't offer you anything new for exhibition only, $199. But I'm glad at least I confirmed what you were already looking for. I'm torn between 14060M, which is the one with the newer movement and Luminova on the dial, and 16610, which is the date function added to that same Submariner. Yeah, I love
so
that.
let's make a call. Which one should he get? Whatever is in better condition.
Great. That's it. Get one that in the best condition that you can afford. My subjective opinion, I'm a fundamentalist. No date. Fuck that shit. You want minimal beauty. But minimalist beauty is where I land. But there, the voice of reason, you get the one that you can afford in the best condition possible. If you have papers, cherry on top.
Even bonus. Yeah, exactly. And you know what? These watches, even though being neo-vintage, are robust. They can be daily watches. They're not, it's not like it cannot sustain daily use and so on. As a matter of fact, the movement is workhorse. It's like, it's a great watch to have. They're easy to, you send them for the service at Rolex, it's going to come like new. Yeah.
Loose tooth, by the way, thanks for clarifying what I was trying to say. 14060 is a two-liner, so it's that perfection of minimalist beauty. The one with the new movement, of course, since it's chronometer certified, it has 4 lines of writing at 6 o'clock. So perfect.
I see Ron the Shrink, the king of drama. The king of drama is in a chat. And he's talking drama, and we need drama. We talk watches, but we love drama. So, Ronnie, if you would like to join us on the live stream, we'll drop the link, and let's hear what's going on. What upsets you? Who is that troll, and what's going on? Who rocked your boat? Ron the Shrink, join us, buddy. If you want, obviously. If you're in the mood. I know sometimes people are not in the mood, not able, not ready. They're just watching. They want to chill, so on. But I like Ron the Shrink when he gets straight to the point.
Yeah, of course.
And I want to hear what's bothering him. I know that prior to my departure, when I was gone, there was a bit of a controversy between Nico and Tim. Apparently, Nico came on the live stream and was very critical over Tim, specifically because, in his opinion, Timmy was sucking up to TPG now, and before he was very critical of him and nasty to him, and he was kind of not happy with it. Then Tim was not happy with that approach because he felt cut off guard. And I'm going to tell you, I've been on this live stream and this channel a long time. I remember the whole TPG drama and story. And I can tell you that Tim was never inappropriate. Tim was never inappropriate. Now, it's very different when you actually meet in person, and you finally get to know this person. You might sometimes appear different on the live stream. You might appear different on your YouTube videos. But then when you get a chance to meet someone, the things can turn around and you can be different. I don't know, TPG, Timepiece Gentleman, I always kind of give him a benefit of a doubt. I think he wants to be interesting. I think he wants to be creator. I think he wants to be trendsetter. And that requires certain approach and certain attitude and certain douchery, for a lack of better word. So you know what? I mean, the guy's doing what guy has to do. Now, in real life, is anyone really douche 24 hours a day? I don't know. I don't think so. So it's possible that Tim actually had a chance to meet and get to know real TPG. And from that meeting and from that understanding, he might have actually came to conclusion, this guy is not really what it seems to be. And then, you know what? You start thinking and acting different. Obviously, that's something that Nico should understand. The other thing that made me think, and there is certain aversion that Nico carries toward Tim, and it can be actually residue from the hermaphrodite who disliked him and always felt rivalry toward him. You know hermaphrodite I'm talking about, right?
Yes, of course. Yes.
And that hermaphrodite obviously had a connection with Nico, and he probably poisoned Nico's opinion over Tim because that's what he tried to do with Archie. That's what he tried to do with me. However,
look, one thing I will say, I have nothing good to say about TPG, so I'm just gonna refrain from it. But about that particular encounter between Nico and Tim, I do have a few things to say.
Right.
First of all, I think for me, the actual soul reading of the situation is, I think Nico actually felt jealous that we were talking so much about TPG. So he jumped on the stream, which is something that he very rarely does. And he wanted attention. And he got the attention on this stream and then on Tim Wright's stream. So people talked about Nico for 4 hours and a half that night when the entire conversation was about TPG. And in fact, on that night, not many negative things were said about TPG. I didn't say anything. Tim actually broke his microphone stand, I think. So he was behind the scenes trying to find something to hold that microphone steady. So he said absolutely nothing that night.
Right.
And when it comes to before, like you said, I think Tim was trying to be a reporter, right?
Yeah.
He obviously
that's his shtick, right? That's
right.
his shtick.
And obviously he was trying to, look critically into it, but I don't think he said anything out of line. At any rate, again, this is YouTube. People really try to create and flog drama. How unjust and unfair would it be to say something dramatic and say something critical about TPG, whose entire shtick is about creating drama, creating scandals, creating attention, so that he can soak in all those subscribers and so that he can feel better about himself by drawing that attention. So to me, I think it was mostly about that, because at the end of the day, yes, Tim met him in person, and maybe he changed his mind a little bit, but I don't think he was suddenly transformed from being the most ardent critic of TPG to his sidekick like that. Still, Tim is a business. Tim is trying to network. Tim is trying to enhance his connections with these secondary market dealers, and people are free to make of that what they want. He's trying to enhance his network. He's trying to increase his subscribers, reach more people, and make more money. It's as simple as that. It doesn't take a genius to figure that out.
Right. Those are good analysis. Those are fair analysis. I give you that. You don't think, by the way, I just want to say hi to dear friend ArchieLuxury, who actually wrote in Serbian, in Cyrillic, "Good day, my bear. I'm glad to see you." Thank you, Krapi, and nice to see you as well. So you don't think that, by the way, some people don't I think they find it funny how I pronounce hermaphrodite. How is it properly pronounced?
Hermaphrodite.
Hermaphrodite. Thank you. It's my second language. Okay, yes, so I'm making mistakes.
Please pay appropriate respect to all genders and sexual orientations by pronouncing hermaphrodite.
Hermaphrodite. Okay, so yeah, that hermaphrodite. You don't think that originally he poisons Nico in regards to Tim, because it was clear rivalry between two of them. Obviously, at the end, hermaphrodite is defeated. He's gone. He's irrelevant. He's nobody. But the residue of that hatred and that poisoning might resist and exist in Nico's subconscious, in the back of his mind. What do you think about that?
I think that's absolutely fair. Although I don't understand, because apparently Nico offered him a job, and hermaphrodite rejected that job offer. So I don't know why. Like you said, maybe it's just a subconscious remnant, because I don't think actually Nico tried helping him. He didn't want his help. He didn't want to be associated with Nico. Or I don't know the pronoun. I don't know the proper pronoun. Should we refer to hermaphrodite as he or they? Let's say they. They didn't want any association with Nico. They didn't want to be associated with him. They didn't want to work for him. So I don't know why Nico would have any loyalty to them.
Good point. I did not know that. I am shocked. I did not know that he offered the job to little hermaphrodite.
He said it on air. Nico said this and confirmed it on air that night.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? He probably offered what realistically this kid has skills for, which is a retail monkey. So what do you want? You're going to pay retail monkey serious money? I mean, the brain in that organization, the show in that organization is Nico. He doesn't need another Nico. He needs a monkey to bring him a coffee and clean and shine his shoes. So what the fuck? What do you think the job is? Pays better than what we're paying you. Right? Fair enough. I mean,
that's not too hard, because I'm not paid at all.
You have Pavel, our friend Pavel, a great supporter, by the way. Pavel, we love you, man.
Tell Bear about Travis. He shouldn't remain in the dark. Guys, absolutely, sure. So our friend Watch Nicholas has been coming up with new videos in the last few days, let's say. And apparently TPG has had another kind of business in the past. He was an escort, apparently, in his previous.
No kidding. Like our pontiff, the the blue. What the fuck is the?
For real.
Oh, real? For real? Oh shit!
Yeah.
Wow.
Like they dug up some advertisements about
Listen,
services.
that's okay. I mean, that watch I haven't seen. I haven't really watched. I try watching Watch Nicholas, but I don't know, man. He kind of goes all over. I can't follow him. He does very extravagant approach to live stream. I don't know. I try watching it after the fact, the live stream, but sometimes watching the live stream after the fact is not the same. I get that. What's your opinion on Watch Nicholas? Tell me. I can't make a call because I didn't watch enough. Is it worth investing time?
I want to be absolutely clear. To me, Watch Nicholas, we are not in contact anymore, but I consider him a friend. I like what he's doing. You know, in the big picture, I like what he's doing. What I'm saying now might strike some as controversial. I will probably end up alienating both supporters of Watch Nicholas, and I've already alienated all sorts of people by saying I am with Watch Nicholas. But to me, Watch Nicholas is like a pastor. He is an orator.
Interesting.
He is a kind of cult leader. If you don't speak that language, if you don't already are receptive.
Yeah. The little bit that I watch, I'm like, what is he like? He's not saying directly. It's all something.
If you are not
like
receptive.
You know what reminds me on those. You're right. Those pastors, you know, when they are talking about around and around, but they don't get to straight to the point. Yeah.
Truth 199. Allegedly, a male masseur giving happy endings.
Hey, interesting. Wow.
So what
do we have any actual proof on that, or this is another?
I found his actual profile and published it allegedly.
Okay.
So,
wow.
Yes. So when it comes to Watch Nicholas, I think unless you are receptive to the message already, unless you know what he is talking about, unless you have already agreed on his previously established points, it would be hard. Because he's speaking in tongues, basically. If you have been into a real evangelical church, which I have been.
Me too. I've seen it. Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting.
So if you're supporting him, which I do, you hear what he's saying and you applaud and you get taken by it. If you disagree, and there's no way of connecting to the message. DC Ray, $20. Great job.
Wow, that's generous. Thank you very much, DC Ray.
Watches and drama, always entertaining. DC Ray, thank you so much. Thank you for your support.
I now makes me think when you're talking about this this approach and how you have to become a part of that eco world of his. Are we kind of like that? Is this live stream maybe in its own way as that if you actually just come in on this live stream and you watch it for first time, you're going to be like, what the fuck is going on? Who are these fucking people? What are they talking about? Is it maybe that we are just the same?
Well, I mean, someone made a comment actually to the extent that he's kind of like Reverend Plastic, and you know we love when the pontiff speaks. We love the way he speaks. When the Reverend gives his sermons, Ronnie Paul, $5 Canadian. Bear, send me a link.
Ronnie, Canadians are taking over, guys.
Out.
And Anthony, $2 super chat.
$1.99. Bear, top 2 non-Rolex in your collection.
At this moment, I'm speaking from my heart, not thinking a lot, not obsessing. Okay, Vacheron, Constantin, Overseas, Blue Dial, and Omega Railmaster Tribute 1957. That was immediate from my mind. Those two watches are
So
my two known.
The Railmaster and
Vacheron Constantin, overseas, third generation, blue dial, time on it.
nice.
Those just immediately jump. So honestly, that's that. And now the third, I'll put a third one that was kind of rushing into my mind and taking over my mind is actually my Gerard Perregaux blue dial.
Speaking of TPG, right?
Speaking of TPG, everything is connected somehow.
Ronnie Paul.
There is our man, Ronnie Paul. How are you doing, brother?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Very well.
Okay, good.
Very well.
20 pounds sterling. Looking forward to meeting the Pontiff at LWS. Hope the hors d'oeuvres are better tomorrow, and he is in a good mood. Yes.
Okay. So I hear he wasn't in a good mood. What the fuck happened? I need to know. Okay, that's something you forgot to tell me.
He was complaining, but is that any news? Archie was complaining.
I need to know I need to see the picture. I missed it. That's such a good thing. Come on. Give me. I love. Yeah.
They were serving up some really weird hors d'oeuvres, and Archie couldn't understand some of what he was eating.
Hilarious.
One of them, he was saying something about that they were taking duck and they were like blending it or something like that.
And
understand why.
$199 US. That was bang per buck. Thank you, Bear. Great show, fellas.
You heard about the theft there?
Yeah. We had a gentleman, Stefan, and he was kind of filling us in at the beginning of the show.
You know what?
400,000 British pounds worth of watches stolen. Wow.
You know what? If I was a dealer, I would never do one of those shows.
I don't blame you.
And this isn't the first time this has happened. It's happened like a couple of times at some other shows, and it's kind of like you're all set up to get ripped off when you go to those shows.
Ron the Shrink is asking what theft at the London Watch Show. There was $400,000 stolen watches from that gentleman. What's the name of the business, guys?
Edinburgh Watch Company, Jonathan.
Jonathan from Edinburgh Watch Company. Good evening, OC.
Good evening, Lord, Bear, Ronnie, Mike the Snake. If you're there, hi everyone.
He's gonna come back. He was feeding Scooter, his 19-year-old puppy.
Hey,
Yes.
with regards, I heard you guys I caught the tail end of you guys talking about that TPG issue.
Yes.
Man, I'd be really, really, really careful with regards to that. I know.
Meaning you don't want a massage or what? Like careful in which sense?
So I watch Nicholas, and I like his stuff, and he's a good parody, and he gets a lot of information that I.
Well, look what Archie, what our statement is. Look, this is very important to understand.
Allegedly. Yeah, I know, but still, it's kind of like a really, I don't know, if it's something that you would want to bring up, even if it is alleged. But he was showing all sorts of pictures of what he got sent to him on his computer.
Mm-hmm.
My concern is if someone could have done some cut and paste.
Right.
Dude, that's a serious shit.
So
this guy Watch Nicholas is wow, he's a daredevil.
Yeah, I mean, you have to have guts to put stuff up like that. I mean, apparently he said on one of his streams that it was somebody else or some peoples who had brought him that information, and that he did the research as best as he could to make sure that it was as authentic as possible. And from what he's saying, it looks like it is authentic, but I don't know. I mean, most of the stuff.
These are very serious things because they can actually destroy people's lives, you know.
Yeah.
So I tend to kind of like, I like bullshit like where we can actually kind of, I like a light bullshit. I like to explode and get all pissed and stuff like that. That hermaphrodites and stuff like that, you know. I don't necessarily like to destroy people's lives. That's
So listen,
Yeah.
Bear, you have a really healthy watch collection, right?
I do. By the way, OC, I answered your question from yesterday today. I sold only one Rolex from my collection. That was Air King. I don't sell Rolex. I sell everything but Rolex. I sell literally everything but Rolex. And that I replaced as soon as it became hyped and popular, because I'm a hype beast. I'm a douchey guy.
You bought it
and
again.
The other watch, yeah, I bought it again. And the other watch that I didn't sell, but I actually traded, Rolex OP 39mm white dial for Grand Seiko Snowflake.
Yeah, I saw that in the chat.
I regret that. I think I started to hate that watch even more because of that. Because I lost such a precious watch that I loved for something that I actually really did not like. I did not like titanium. I did not like the bracelet. I did not like the clasp. I did not like the spring drive. I did not like the power reserve. So I came to a conclusion that I traded a beautiful watch for the watch that created nothing but dislike.
Yeah, and that OP39 white dial is not a common reference at all. Very few people have that. Yeah, it's an amazing, plain but elegant watch. But I did read that in the comments, and so thanks for that, and thanks for updating me on your. Yeah, but it's hard to sell Rolex. It's hard, guys. It's hard to sell Rolex because of all the brands, that's the one that does have a history of appreciating over time. And even before watches were, even before the investment crowd and the flippers came into the hobby full bore, when you bought Rolexes from the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, sure enough, they're worth more in the future than they were when you bought them. So it's interesting, for those that have them, it's really hard to monetize on and capture the benefit of the secondary values, because if you do, to replace it is more expensive if you end up regretting it.
Cool point. By the way, Lexter Dexter could actually come and talk about Archie's narcissism now that Archie's not here. You're more than welcome. Discuss it with us. Let's shit on Archie for a couple of minutes and talk about how narcissistic he is. I'll give you an example. And I feel free to say this because Archie's my friend and made me laugh. Yesterday, while I'm traveling, or no, that was not yesterday. When was I traveling? Yesterday, yes. I received a call from my friend, Tim Wright. Hey, Timmy, how are you? I'm doing well. Okay, I said, that's good to hear. So what's going on? Well, he said, Archie asked me to call you because we are in this toy store and he wants to buy this bear that's very expensive. So he was wondering if you want to buy it for him. I said, come on, you tell him to fuck right off. Okay, no problem, Bear. We love you, Bear. It's just funny. It's just funny, like children, honest to God. Would you buy me a toy, please? I'm in a toy store, Daddy.
Well, that's why I appreciate OC. That's the comment he usually gets, because we're all man-children in the watch hobby, and OC usually ends up being the adult in the room. So
yeah, he tends to be the mature one for sure.
I think, Bear, that's why also you keep going away for days on end. I think you find that you find all of us a little bit too childish for your liking.
No, God, no, I need that. Life is way too serious as is. Are you kidding me? Come on, seriously. This is relief. We get kind of stupid here, and it's fun and it's relaxing. It's not, but we gotta be careful. I gotta agree with Ronnie. We have to be careful what, sometimes there are things that happen that can be very nasty and it hurts people. And I think in this case, I just want to reserve the right to not comment further on TPG, because it's a very serious allegation and it can be very damaging to him emotionally. And
I just want to note one thing there. Again, that's the reason I reserved comment in the first place. But when a super chat came in, and Pavel has been a consistent contributor to this channel.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
$1 Australian. Thank you. I had to address it.
LA Matwitch, always here, always with us, and love you, man.
I just
and so cute. Look how cute he is. Look how cute he is.
I will. I have to add one thing. Some people try to dox Watch Nicholas, and apparently, allegedly, they placed a call to his family to report on his mental state. So they tried to have him committed. If he responds to that in the way
that's a war
he deems appropriate, if they are going to attack him personally like that and threaten his well-being, he has every right to respond in the manner he deems appropriate and in the manner in which he protects himself against certain legal consequences. At the end of the day, he is informative, funny. He is mostly there for comedy and entertainment. That's the purpose of his channel. He has my support, and that's all I have to say about it.
Well, it's a bit of a war there, eh?
Yeah.
Well, I have his channel, to me, came out of nowhere. I don't know, however many weeks ago. I never knew of him. I don't know if he's been on for months or years or whatever, but he came onto my radar maybe just several weeks ago. And I went to his channel, and of course, you click on the videos tab and you're inundated with 20 videos a day of
yeah. That's another thing, by the way, that irritates me.
It's a little it's interesting to try to dissect. They all look like they have the same topic, right? And some of them are 4 hours long, like videos of live streams, and some are 3 minutes and some are 36 seconds, but they're all repetitive in nature, topics of the day, but just repeated many times. And it's hard to figure out which one to actually watch. So,
well, the shorter ones are like little bites from the longer vids. So if you see a video that's like 15 minutes long and then he has another one that's for like 30 seconds, it's usually just a little bite from that longer video.
Yeah. Now I thought when I saw them, they're mainly focused on two-tone tight pants, timepiece, tone, whatever the phrase is, and it's funny, it's satire what he's doing. But now that he's gotten into exposing things allegedly from Anthony's past, then it kind of gets into different territory, right? Now it's no longer making fun of Timepiece Gentleman as a watch dealer with these silly scams and these crazy lifestyle videos and all that. Now you're getting into something about his past, and it's something that's a little torrid. And it does raise interesting questions about what is he trying to accomplish, because when it's satire, we can all watch it and go, oh, he's everyone's just kind of getting a laugh. But then when it gets into a topic that's a lot more serious, it's like, well, wait a minute, why is he so obsessed about this person? And is there something more there that's not entertainment value and it's actually troublesome? So I don't know, but I'll occasionally click on a video and see what's going on. And it is newsworthy if true, because we're not just talking watches. These live streams and these shows do talk about what's going on the other shows and the other personalities. So to that extent, it is, a topic of conversation.
Interesting.
Well, actually, Anthony's given him a couple of shout outs on his own channel, so Anthony watches it.
Yes, some of the people who work for him watch it as well, because they were kind of repeating that two-tone piece, gentleman kind of thing. Yeah.
There's a lot that he's doing that is appropriate to discuss without the past. The fact that this guy is splitting his business between Dallas and Los Angeles. The fact that he and Marco seem to have split. Who knows what they're doing? Did they dissolve the business? Did they split the business partnership? Did they say, listen, hey, Marco, you're going to take the Dallas company and you run it, and that's your company going forward, and I'm creating a new company and it's going to be in LA. And
interrupt you. Big Meech is here, and I think he's going to share with us a new watch. So please send
Farmer
him
Joe. Farmer Joe is here. Farmer Joe.
How are you doing, Joe?
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hey,
Hi,
man,
Joe.
Joe Kramer.
Yes, you are absolutely correct, Lord. I decided to pick up a new watch today, totally out of the blue. So without further delay, I'm doing this in my car, so it's not exactly practical.
No. Stop.
Whoa.
No, I want to see it. What's he showing?
Super
We don't do shit for free.
It looks like an AP.
We don't do shit for free.
That was an AP, I think.
No, we'll see. Super chat, guys. We want
We
at least $5. Come on, guys. It's fair enough. We're talking Farmer Joe picking up a watch out of blue, coming to reveal it here on ArchieLuxury live stream. Let's be generous and support that. Come on, guys.
So listen, do you think those ripped off watches are still in the hotel building?
Oh, Pavel, $10. Show it, Big Mac.
Here we go. Full screen, guys. Hey, that's a John from Delray Watches.
Yeah, the one where he looks completely constipated. Yeah.
Yeah.
We got ourselves a little Omega.
Good. I'm glad it's not an AP. I would have been really jealous.
Is it a Harrods?
Moonwatch.
Yeah, it is.
Out of blue.
Yeah,
No,
it was out of a blue purchase here.
That's a good out of blue purchase. You cannot do wrong on that one. So this is plastic or sapphire?
No, they only had the sapphire in stock, so
I prefer sapphire. So
I do too,
you're
personally.
picking. That's beautiful. Show us that beautiful movement.
So this is the brand new 3861 sapphire sandwich, the one that sells for $7,150 or something like that US.
That's right. Gorgeous, Joe. Congrats, man. Wear it in good health. That's a beautiful watch.
Give me a second here. Let me take off the milli. Because it actually fits pretty dang good for a girly sized wrist like myself. Don't get me wrong, it looks comical still on my wrist, but it doesn't look that bad.
It looks
That
great.
looks great. That looks
It
great.
doesn't look bad.
Go. Wear it in good health and wealth. That's a great watch for you.
Yeah, man.
They really did a knockout job with that bracelet, didn't they? The tapered bracelet.
Yeah,
I actually like the bracelet a lot. I really do.
They look so good, man. I love seeing it on other people's wrists. The bracelet made a lot of difference.
Huge difference. And so tell us about how you purchased it and where you purchased it. Did you purchase it from an authorized dealer, from a boutique, if you don't mind sharing?
Yeah, long story short here. So I was on my Rolex AD and I tried on a Speedmaster from like 1962, and I was surprised at how well it actually fit on me.
In the pre-owned section you're talking about?
Yep, this was pre-owned section. Yep. So I thought, well, screw it. I'm up here in the cities, the Twin Cities. It's not very often I get up here, so I decided to mosey my way over to my Omega boutique, and they only had one of these left in stock. And I got to try it on, and I said, "Screw it! You know what? I'll buy it, and we'll see where it ends up here in the next few months."
And you paid full boat for it from the
No,
Omega
I
boutique,
only paid $6,500 for it. So.
Okay, so that's approximately 10% off, which is really good from a boutique these days. Usually they
I'd say that's fair.
I thought boutiques don't give discounts at all.
I also got a free NATO strap with it too. They just got to order it in.
Which one?
I got the Bond Omega NATO strap.
Nice. Nice, man. That's a great buy. You know what? That's a very acceptable out of blue purchase. Sometimes people do out of blue purchase and they fuck it up big time. They end up with your listener Dean, like I did.
Only in this hobby, though, Bear, would purchasing a $6,500 watch, for a stainless steel watch, be considered a safe out of the blue purchase. You know, for 99% of people, that's a crazy, ridiculous thing to do. But here,
I know people who don't give consideration to vintage watches and then end up buying like a Tag Heuer AccuRacer or something. So compared to that, this is a great purchase. Thank you.
I did buy Tag Heuer AccuRacer myself, just to mention that. So okay, it happens to the best of us. What are you gonna do? Hey, I love it. It looks so. I'm gonna go and wear it. I love that watch. I love my Tag Heuer AccuRacer.
That's the problem whenever anybody gets or mentions any watch on this or any show, that Bear can simply say, "Hey, I have that too," and go get it. Son of a bitch.
I love it. I know, but that's one of the cheap watches that is actually so beautiful. I really like it. And by the way, I love the Tag Heuer has a really nice cases, like these. What do you call them?
Sunglass cases.
No. This is service case. This is how their service case is.
It looks like an eyeglass case.
I get better cases for my Luxottica sunglasses, Bear.
It's very nice. Isn't it nice? Oh, okay, whatever. I'm not listening to you. I think this is a beautiful watch.
Show us the inside of the case.
I think Ronnie loves this watch, and they did
the Harrods. Is that the Harrods special?
No, man, I'm talking Tag Heuer. What the heck are you on? Are you smoking some funny stuff?
I like your Harrods the best.
I know you like the Harrods, but I love this. Look at this. Look how come on, this is luxury, man. This is a luxury watch.
No, it's a nice looking watch.
Okay. Talk, OC.
Bear.
You are aesthetic skin. You tell me this is not beautiful.
Can I say one thing? Didn't you invite me at the beginning? When you joined the stream, you invited me to get into a beef with you and fight with you about vintage watches. And now I say one thing and you get your heart broken. How is that fair?
No. I'm not. Look how beautiful that is. Come on, guys.
Listen. I'm not a big fan of the tags for one simple reason. You can hear me, right?
We don't want to hear you. No, I'm just kidding.
No. I just misclicked. I was trying to get you on full screen, man. Sorry about that.
Listen, OC, come on.
Bear, that watch is impeccably cared for. There's zero. It looks like it's right out of the brand new case. And there's the polished center links are pristine.
It's because it's a safe queen. He doesn't wear it.
I do wear it. I just wear it lightly.
Yeah, when you're on the couch, when you're sitting on the couch watching TV.
Exactly. I like this watch. I'm gonna enjoy this watch
for the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, then I might go get another one.
So the dial it's like a blue fume dial on that. It's blue in the middle and it goes to black. Bear?
Yes, it's exactly that. It goes from the center blue and then it goes to here. I'll put it like this so you can actually see.
Lord, you're doing an excellent job directing, by the way. That should be full screen. Yeah. Gotcha.
And it's applied Tag Heuer logo.
Yeah,
very nicely done date. Yeah. Right? The size is reduced.
But
it's much thinner.
Bear, when the logo is worth shit, who cares if it's applied or not?
Yeah, what are you gonna do? I never hated Tag Heuer because I think it has a lot to do with my love for 80s when Tag Heuer was considered cool and we all aspired to have a Tag Heuer. So this is, I think, all my love for Tag Heuer, Breitling, and Cartier comes from the 80s and the two-tone Datejusts. That's somehow instilled in my memory.
Bear, isn't it the case that Tag Heuer wasn't even Tag Heuer for half of that decade?
Yeah, true.
It was
I don't have a problem. Yeah, of course it was Heuer. I'm not. You know me. I'm not really. What do you call that? When you said you are because you like no date and you like only 2 lines, you are.
Fundamentalist.
Fundamentalist. Yeah, I'm not. I go in between. I change my mind. I'm a bit of a psychotic when it comes to watches. I change my mind 15 times a day. I go through motions. The only thing doesn't change is if watch is hyped and hard to get, fuck, I want it. That is guaranteed. That's a sure thing. And honestly, not because I flip it, not because I want to make a profit on it. It's a fact that I can get it while other cannot. And that gives me a certain satisfaction. That's how it is.
Sure does.
Say, guys, I still got to get home, so I'm going to bounce. So, yeah, it was a pleasure to be on the same stream as Bear, the Big Bad Bear.
Thank you.
We will catch you guys later.
Farmer Joe, congratulations on your beautiful Speedy, man. Wear it in good health. You're a good man. You deserve a good watch.
Enjoy it, man. Enjoy.
Yeah, and just real quick about Tag Heuer, you have to realize that.
I'm not psychotic. I'm schizophrenic. I am horological schizophrenic. Exactly. Thank you, Aussie Expat, for confirming my disease. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's okay. No, I was just going to say that for the overwhelming majority of non-enthusiasts, when you go into the department store, you see pretty much 3 brands there. You see Citizen, Bulova, and Movado, and those are the kind of the mainstream nice watches. And then all the way on the other side of the store, you might see the only luxury brand, and that's Tag Heuer, right? And wait a minute, those watches are $1,500, $2,000, $2,500. Those are the high-end luxury ones. So, we tend to see them in the context of, the much broader horological landscape. But for most people, $500 is a expensive watch, and $2,000 for a Tag Heuer is the one luxury watch that the wife buys for her husband for their 10th anniversary.
Right. I mean, I understand exactly your point. By the way, I'm glad to see you, Thomas, as well. Always nice to see you, brother. Hey, you know what? You mentioned Bulova. I got Bulova. I'm craving. I'm going to buy it. I was flying yesterday, and I was reading the newest watch magazine. The watch time. You guys know what I'm talking about, right?
Yep.
Watch Time magazine, yeah.
Yeah. So I see this Bulova, the surfing issue, the surfer. Can you bring it up? The Bulova surfer, new Bulova surfer. It's orange. It's fucking cool. It's gonna make me look young and hip. I'm gonna be very cool. I'm gonna probably look thinner as well when I wear this watch. It's just so. I want to hear your opinion on this watch. Can you please Google it? It's a Bulova.
Yes.
Yeah, Bulova surfing something. Bulova surfer watch. New Bulova limited edition surfing watch. It's a very unique design. Which one is that? Oh, is this?
Yeah, tell us about yours, Ronnie Paul.
I got this one for my sister when she got married. She was
That's ugly.
It is. It's with the scalloped hair pulling bracelet.
Yeah, that reminds me of a Mosier Streamliner.
I can't.
Terrible.
I can't wear it. Bear, you want?
Do
you want this?
No. I hope he buy. Yeah, guys, they're fucking cool. They're different versions. I love this. Okay, look at the retro bracelet, and now they come in different colors. I like the one that has actually orange strap, but they come in a different colors yeah, I think it's very cool. It's very retro. It's okay. OC.
You know,
what do you
if
think?
someone if someone gifted me these, I would pop out the strap and throw away the watch head. I think that seems like a nice
Oh
solution.
my goodness! You really don't like it, eh?
No.
I like it though.
I would
really
rather
like it.
Seiko.
I think you should get a swatch.
No. By the way, I'm Seiko'd off. I had so many Seikos in my collection, and one day I just decided I don't want to have Seikos anymore. They annoy me, and I'm proud to say that today I have 0 Seiko watches in my collection. Zero.
Me too.
And the one that really pissed me off, I feel about Seiko like OC feels about Tudors, maybe even worse. I think the one that broke the camel's back was the famous SKX. What a piece of shit. What a most stupid fucking watch ever made. What a garbage. What a hype. I mean, it started with TGV. Everyone got so hyped on it. What a complete waste of time and money. And it slowly just kind of entered my brain. It started to bother me. And then I started seeing all these things I dislike about Seiko. And more I looked at it, the more and more I fucking hate that when people say, like Ronnie says, I love the SKX, so much charm. Charm is different word for piece of shit. Okay? like they talk in Pulp Fiction, there have to be some very charming pig, right? Right? Very charming pig. No, it's not charming. It's ugly. It's cheap. It's outdated. It's crap. It's fucking minus plus 75 seconds a day. It's disgusting. Anyway, what do we got there?
A nice looking Seiko, right, Lord?
Okay.
And he's going to make you eat your words with a nice looking Seiko.
That's SKX piece of crap. Oh my God, Lord. Oh,
it looks good on him. It looks
actually,
fine on
it does
him.
look good on him. Yeah,
It does look good on
I
him,
mean, from the distance, it can actually pass for a good-looking watch. Like if you actually look closer to it, it's I hate that watch so much. I really do.
For exhibition only, $4.99. I have a Bulova Lunar Pilot. It's a speedy on a budget. Yes, that's the other watch that went to the moon. Great history.
Yeah, I like that watch.
Yes, absolutely.
So Bulova was popular. Bulova was popular when, in the 50s? I mean, they reached their pinnacle or their peak in the 50s or the 70s?
They're kind of like Chrysler. I would compare them when you look at the cars, right? I'm not a car guy, but in honor of our pontiff, always like to talk cars more than anything else. And I mean, Ronnie is here, so he can help me out. I would say Bulova is kind of equivalent of Chrysler, okay? Yeah, it's a piece of shit, but okay.
The running joke in London is every time Archie sees a nice car on the London streets, he asks Paul, "Do you think they garage it?"
Do you think they have a garage?
That Bulova that he mentioned, do you mind bringing it up? I think people would like to see that. It's by the way. Oh wow! Look at this. You're getting support from my Canadians. Oh my God, Malcolm Rourke. He is supporting Lord and his shitter watch. Lord, I'm wearing the same watch as you on the same color NATO. He has it on the same color. Is this what TGV guys told you to wear it on? I thought so. Okay, so you're TGV guys, okay?
Not at all, actually, quite far from it.
I was. Shame on me. I am such a sucker.
So this
is that's the
version of it.
That looks like a Speedmaster, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. But it's he properly called it Speedmaster on a budget. Is this quartz? Yeah, it is quartz, eh?
Let me see. I think this particular model, I have to double check. But I think the one, yes, it is. It is. It is. The one that went to the moon was certainly a quartz. Yes.
I would like it if it's actually non-quartz. I would like that watch. I like that kind of stuff. You know, I wanted to say something. I called my AD and I said, you know what? I decided I want to order that Speedy Paul Newman, the Speedy Daytona. You know, the gold Speedy with the black sub. You know, the new Speedy that they came up with.
Yeah. Yeah.
By the way, get this super chat before we go further. I'll tell you what I wanted to say.
Lord, I'm wearing the same watch as you on the same color NATO, $5 Canadian. Thank you so much, Rourke Malcolm. Thank you.
And then you have another one from Brocus Pocus.
Brocus Pocus, $5. Great panel tonight. Thoughts on the best watch to pair with a 126710 Pepsi twist? Don't name another Rolex or Omega. So would you like to address this question first, Bear?
Well, give me now. When he excludes Rolex and Omega, I need a moment to think.
Yeah, and if he's saying exclude Rolex or Omega, does that mean that we still have a $5,000 or $10,000 budget? Because that's where those would typically fall.
Well, let's say we have an unlimited budget. Let's try to address it like that, and then we can.
Well, in my opinion, it has to be a diver. In my opinion, he has the two primary watches in any collection. In my dogma, are the divers and GMTs and chronographs. But chronograph comes as an add-on. So I would say it has to be diver. So I got to think what diver. Blank Pan, I don't know, Phoenix brand, too big, fucking, I don't like them. Okay, so I cannot go with Blank Pan. The CQ, I don't fucking know. That's a bit too much out of the on a weird channel. It's a too left, too right. I don't know. I can't think. Help me.
Yeah, I mean, when he says pair, you can interpret that two ways. It's like something that is very similar to it, or something that complements it but accomplishes a different objective. So
okay, let's do both. Let's do both.
Yeah, for your $5 super chat, feel free to add follow-up direction in the comments.
I will. I'm happy if he adds something, but I will try to address it already. I would, since this is still a sports watch, I know some people make a big deal about the Jubilee bracelet. I think, yes, it does bring out the more elegant, the dressier aspect of the watch. I agree with that, but it's still one of the best sports watches. The GMT Master is a classic. I would add a dress watch, and why not go for something that's ultra thin, that can, even though if it has a supposed sports watch heritage, would never be confused with one. Get a Reverso ultra thin, ideally in precious metal. You're still right under 15K or even 12K. You can get like a white gold ultra thin Reverso for around 12K. Best watch to pair it up. White gold also has a white dial, so you have a different color of dial, you have different material, you have a different shape, for fuck's sake. You have you have something on a leather strap, you have something ultra thin. Perfect complement to this.
Fair enough. That's I can't argue that one. I never thought a dress watch, but then you came up with the Reverso, which is kind of sport dress watch, which is kind of cool. Santos. Now you're making me think.
That's nice. Very nice. What kind of Santos would you choose to complement this pair?
Steel. Just a plain steel Santos, medium. Steel medium Santos. I like them. Maybe.
That's the new watch of the Cognoscenti. Everyone talks about that. Everyone buys that. Yeah.
Birmingham got one just recently, and I think he's got a two-tone, which is gorgeous. And yeah, we have another super chat
Just
from,
to bring up York Malcolm, $5 Canadian. Robert Redford with the SKX 009 in the movie All Is Lost.
Now I know for a fact that you're all TGV fans because this is all TGV mantra. You guys are discovered. We got you. Look,
I'm not gonna rave more about the watch, but that is a great movie. For one, always rotate towards movies, always gravitate towards movies that have an original premise. This basically is a one actor, one scene kind of thing. Please watch it. Forget about the Seiko if you hate it. It's a great sight, but watch the movie. It's really beautiful, beautifully shot, great narrative. You won't be disappointed. And Robert Redford is one of my favorite actors of all time anyways. For exhibition only, $4.99. The original Bulova lunar pilot that was on the moon was auctioned off, I believe, for $2 million. Wowzers.
And to finish that question, OC and Ronnie, if you don't mind, what would you pair with that Pepsi?
Yeah, I'll let Ronnie go first while I continue to think.
It's hard for Ronnie. Ronnie is a hardcore Rolex fanboy.
Listen.
You ask Ronnie outside fucking Rolex, Ronnie starts shaking. He fucking shakes.
Hold on. Okay, so there is one watch that would get me that's outside of Rolex that would make me move. If you go and look at Roman Sharf's channel, a couple of days ago a couple of days ago he uploaded a video, and in that video he showcased a watch that I've been looking for, and that's really and the watch is a Breguet Type 20, but it was the one that was from Japan, and it came with the blue dial. And
I know exactly the watch you're talking about.
If you want to see what that looks like, check out his video. He shows it to you. He even shows the bracelet and everything.
Yeah.
If that watch came, like, I have no more plans to buy anything this year, but if that watch came across my desk, I would try to make an effort to pick that up.
Aren't they precious metal? Are they precious metal?
No, it's a stainless steel. The only thing is they don't.
That's gorgeous. That's gorgeous.
They don't make them anymore, and it's kind of difficult to find and to find in good shape. And the one that he showed was in really good shape, and I think it's the full box and paper set. You're probably looking at around 10,000 US for it.
So you're pairing a chronograph with that with that Pepsi. Okay.
Yeah.
And OC.
Terrible choice. I think you guys forgot the rule that you laid out at the beginning, which was basically that let's assume that there is no budget. Let's assume that money is no object.
Pandora Fox, £449 sterling. Hi guys, great to see Bear, OC, and Lord. You are on fire. Ronnie Paul, could you give me some advice?
Was that advice based on the watch question, or is this a totally different topic?
I think Pandora Fox wants psychological help on something, and we're happy to offer therapy.
All right, fine. Just throw the question out.
Okay. But before that, I cut OC off. I think he was going to suggest a watch, right?
No, not just suggest. I have the answer, which I'm shocked that more people didn't pick it. And the obvious pairing with the GMT Master 2 with a steel bracelet on Jubilee, which is a great sports watch, is going to be the Patek Philippe Aquanaut on rubber. It's dressy and
that's
precious
hard
metal.
To attain. That's going to be difficult to attain.
No one told me that was a rule. No one said anything about that.
OC is right. There was no rule about difficulty to attain. There was no rule about money. It was just what you're pairing.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's
and that would be the perfect two-piece combo there. If you want to take availability into account, then you could actually you could go to a Longa one dress watch to pair with the Pepsi, or you could go to a AP Royal Oak.
That's I approve.
I'm actually surprised that OC you are recommending Lange or one. I always thought that you are a master of aesthetics, and I find that watch to be aesthetically as awkward can be.
It's awkward in the sense that it's not symmetrical. But
and isn't the beauty based on symmetry? Look at the symmetry. That's why Bear is gorgeous. It's symmetric.
But the irony is, if you actually study the Longa one dial, Bear, there's white papers that have been written about it. When you turn the watch 90 degrees on its side, it actually forms a perfect triangle.
Okay, I need to see. Can you please bring the Lange? I want to see what he's talking about. Please.
Yeah, maybe you could do a search, Lord, for symmetry in watch dials or something like
Mikey,
that.
Is that you making that noise in the background, Mikey?
A little like scratching sound.
Yeah. It's killing my eardrums.
Is it happening now?
No.
Okay, it's my little dog scratching at her cage.
Okay.
All right.
We have a super chat, by the way, from Pandora Fox.
One second. So Pandora was asking a question earlier to Ronnie Paul. Where do I buy for $8.99 in pound sterling those gold bars you have? I live in the UK and need to order online over here. I have no idea whom to trust. Any suggestions? Sunflower.
See, I'm in.
I buy in Canada.
Yeah, I'm in Canada too.
Where do you buy yours?
Me personally?
Yeah.
I have two places. One of them is called Goldstock Live, which is in downtown Toronto.
Okay.
And then the other company I buy from is from Bullion Mart. But but she's in the Pandora. It's a female. It's a girl. So she's
maybe I don't know.
I don't know. So I don't really know where you'd go to UK because I don't live in the UK. If you're looking for somebody to trust online, there's a company called APPMEX. It's spelled APMEX, and they're one of the most trusted dealers online. And I think they deliver globally, but I don't know what their shipping costs will be. If you just stick to the basic stuff, like what's really popular in terms of silver, like the silver Canadian maples are really hot. The silver American Eagles are really hot. If you're looking for bars, then the Canadian Mint bars are really the best. Yeah. In terms of gold bars, so I buy a bit of everything. So I've bought Canadian Maples in gold, American Eagles in gold, Krugerrands in gold, Philharmonics, which is from Austria. Those are cool. American Eagles, I don't know if I said that or not.
Yeah, they're beautiful. American Eagles are beautiful.
Yeah.
Being in the UK, isn't the Royal Mint an option as well or not?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, you have to check yourself. I mean, one place that you can go to get it, you can go to your local bank, and the bank should have a division that'll sell you the gold bars. But the problem with the banks is they charge a very high administrative fee. So if you go to an LLC dealer, they'll charge you between 100 and 150. But if you go to
drop this fucking guy, drop him down, drop him immediately. He's done.
Let me get to the super chats because Trading Lost gave two. Yeah. Why did Thorpe take down the videos of Robbery? And then another one, Another $2. You buy who mints UK coins and are a distributor. Yeah, we can only speculate on the first one. I think the bag was last seen with a security guard, which I think is an absolutely bad look. So before they have something official, I think it's the right thing to take down the video, because no one knows what happened and who actually made out with it. It's an ongoing investigation, so you don't want to comment, or you don't want to, you know, circulate videos that can give the wrong impression,
or that can give people more information about what happened. So when they're questioned, they actually, you know, they're able to answer questions that they wouldn't have been able to answer when they're being questioned by the authorities.
Yeah. For exhibition only, this is the question that we were trying to answer from Brocus Pocus. $4.99. Wear the Pepsi when you're in a douchebag mode. Of course, OC and Bear know a lot about that. And wear a reverso when you want to project intellectual. Me being
obviously, Lord knows about that. I mean, so basically, OC and Bear are douchebags, and Lord is intellectual.
The pseudo-intellectual, as Archie called me. I don't have any play.
Yeah. Oh my God.
And by the way, yeah, Lord, in the private chat, I dropped a link to the article. I did find it, and we might want to peruse through it just to get Bear's reaction, because it's an article about dial design, and I know that he would might have some comments on it.
It's a serious article, and you know it's serious because it's written by a German, Felix Scholz.
There you go. By the way, Brocus Pocus super chat. Love the reverse duo face options under 15K. Go ahead, Lord.
Actually, the ultra thin duo face, it's an absolute steal. Even in, you know, places and outlets and retailers that mark the ish out of everything, you can find those for 8-9K. I'm actually gonna take the liberty to send the link, and grab it while you can. It's well under 15K, by the way.
I can't read this. I cannot see this.
Yeah, but you can, if you scroll down to the middle of the article, you can see it as a graphic.
Okay.
That illustrates what I was pointing out about that.
This is the Lange 1 with asymmetric dial, big date, power reserve, the hours and minutes and seconds. Yes.
I see. Okay, leave that on, and let's touch on the super chats. By the way, Mr. Zoso, our
triangle's
great
still
supporter.
not centered.
$5.
Love you.
Funny coincidence. I bought the Breguet 3807 from Roman P&B from Roman 2 years ago for half of what he's asking now. Tony's Dirty Sneakers, $5 Australian. Why has Marcelo Sirocco and Jamie Opulence been rebel streaming all this time? Shouldn't Marcelo be on here? No comment. I leave it to the audience's interpretation and judgment.
So this watch that Mr. Zoso is talking about, so he got a Breguet 3807 from Roman. What's a P&B? What's a P&B?
I don't know.
What's a Breguet 3807? Which one is that, guys? Come on, you're way smarter than me. What's a 3807? I'm gonna Google it.
That's a Type 20. I think that's a Type 20.
Okay.
It's probably the blue version that I was talking about.
Okay. Yeah, they were such a steal a couple of years ago. Archie was the one that brought the Type 20 to my attention. It was about 3 years ago. And they were awesome deal. And then we have a plastic. Reverend Plastic is here in Super Chat from Reverend Plastic.
Wait a second, though. I want to also pull up Yes. So this is the
that's it.
we're talking about.
That's it. Yeah, that's
how
quite
much?
Well, the cheapest one there is 7,000.
But that's in
Seven.
China. That's in China.
No, but wait a minute. Doesn't the way chrono work is that if depending on what country you're in, when you pull it up, it automatically calculates to that country? So I think
no, but he's talking about the risk level.
When you have watches listed around 12.5 and something is half the price in China where the super fakes are prevalent, you should tread carefully. That's all I'm saying. I'm not writing it off.
Yeah, so this is about 11. This is a watch that's about 11, 12. That's basically the price.
Anyway,
it's not bad.
It's a great looking watch, and if you watch that video on Roman Sheriffs from a couple of days ago, you'll see it. It looks great. I'd buy it. Nope, absolutely, I'd buy that.
I love this.
I'd buy it and I'd wear it.
I love the aesthetics of the watch, and I've again, I don't really like chronographs, but it looks good to me, and Archie has approved this watch in a number of ways. Plastic or tool, 2 Australian pesos. Panel is Blancpain 50 fathoms, no rads, worth the premium.
I tell you something. That's probably my favorite 50 fathoms. That's I would, if I'm buying 50 fathoms. I have a fucking 50 fathoms that I don't even wear. It's like an Invicta. It's fucking Invicta, okay? It's a very expensive Invicta. And it has that ugly, okay, I'm not going to get rent. But that's a nice, I'm looking at it, by the way. I Googled it. That's by far, in the size is right. Isn't this 40 millimeter? This is 40. That's a 40.3 millimeter.
Pull it up, Lord.
Nice.
Pull it up. Oh, that's nice.
I'm telling you, plastic, this is to me the coolest, by far, the coolest blank pen. But I don't like blank pen. I think.
Blank pain. You are.
What material is that, Basil?
You are gonna pay a premium on this watch that's already not worth 14K. Come on, no way.
That's I don't think it's worth the money. It's a sapphire. It's a sapphire bezel, right?
It's a problem with the 50 fathoms too. It's just too much. I mean, it's like more expensive than a sub, and they're
guys, you have to admit
really unique.
It is very unique. Exactly, Mike. I have to say, I can understand being attracted to this watch. Just the question that plastic has, is it worth a premium?
Well, I mean, Blancpain's one of those up there companies.
No.
You're not going to find cheap Blancpains, are you?
Ross Rachel, 199. Let's pull up Invicta. We have to specify the model, Ross.
Too many choices.
Well, in the meantime, let's pull up Invicta cruise videos. Those are off the hook.
Yeah. Archie will appreciate the fact that we're featuring Invicta watches on his channel. Actually, there are Invictas I like. That one that looks like a sub. I bought it on Tim Wright live channel. He brought it up. See, you were in that live stream.
Yeah, I think I remember. But Lord and Bear and panel, you like that sad-looking nuclear face on the bottom of the dial there? That's weird.
It brings such a nice memories for me during my nuclear biological chemical defense training in Kruševac in South Serbia. So
does it rotate? Does it rotate?
It brings emotions. It brings emotions.
It makes it so much worse.
Does it rotate?
Blancpain is already the 50 fathoms. It's already a gimmicky watch that tries to say they are the first diver's watch rather than the Submariner. It's a whole gimmick, and they add to this gimmick with this stupid graphic on the dial, makes it even worse.
So it has no real significance to anything?
To me, it does not, but it might have a.
Well, isn't it? It indicates the radioactive element of the, I think, of the luminescence, which was used originally on that. So now I think it's just a nod to the past, not to the past.
Got it. So it's basically a symbol that says that there's radioactive material on this dial. Don't open it.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
So it's like I said, it brings a nice memories for me. It's very,
Lord,
some people love the smell of napalm in the morning.
That watch would be perfect without that nuclear symbol. That watch would be pretty darn good.
I love that nuclear symbol is important.
I know, but I'm just saying that watch would be a lot more classy looking without it.
Plastic and I are nothing about being classy. That's really not our genre. Plastic and I are about being very aggressive douches. That's what we do.
Yeah.
That's our niche.
Hey, different strokes for different folks, man. It's all good. You can like what you like, and
but I think this is actually indicating there is no radioactive material because there is a cross. It's crossing.
Yeah.
So it's telling us no radioactive material, which
well,
makes
that's
it
called
even dumber. That makes it actually dumb. The
model's called no rads. No rads.
Yeah, okay.
Meaning no radium, no radioactivity.
No radiation, no radioactivity.
It's too much for my blood anyway. So, but it does have the bezel. Is kind of.
So you
like
think, Mikey, if you wear
glass.
highly radioactive watch, that you can turn into superhero?
No, but it'll give you bone cancer in the wrist.
But maybe you turn into superhero. I don't know. What kind of superhero would Mikey turn into? He would be, what's that? Badger. He would be Super Badger. He would be a Super Badger.
I'd be a super sloth. A sloth with a cape that moves so slow, nobody can see me coming up on him because it took me 2 years to do it. And then I'd exact my revenge like 2 years after they never expected it.
So Bear is a huge proponent of when I dissect the aesthetics of a watch or a dial. So I'll bring up one point here to get your comment on it, and that is the one thing that draws my eye on this watch is the white frame around the date window. Right? There's no white anywhere on this watch except for the Blancpain and 50 Fathoms logo and brand name. So the question is, why is that white, Bear? And I think the reason is...
Oh, no, they're not.
I would guess that the reason why the designers made it white is because the date wheel is white, but the date window is very small. So what they're doing by making it white and making it a thick white border, they're tricking your eye into thinking that the date window is actually bigger than it is. Without that,
it may make it easier to read. It may have some optical advantage to that.
Possible, but not likely. I think the real trick is a visual trick that it makes it look like the date window is bigger than it is. I think if you took that out, it would look like a very small window and it would look awkward.
It's not like pre-ceramic sea dwellers where the date is so dinky you need a magnifying glass.
But that's the point. That is the point. On the sea dweller without a frame around it, you naturally think the window is very, very small.
Yeah.
And here
Super chat. Pull up Blancpain Barracuda loose tooth 199. Thank you.
I think it's pronounced Barracuda.
Barracuda. What's the size? Is it 40 millimeter? That's always my first question because 40, they are
40.3. Yes, roughly 40.
Perfect. Okay, beautiful size. It's the same thing as the other watch. It just doesn't have the no radioactive sign.
Oh, there you go.
Am I right that it's a very similar in its design?
Yes, very much so.
Balloon plot's quite different.
I like the red lines on the indices. That adds a little bit of panache to it.
Plastic, $2 Australian. Great analysis, fellas. Douche life forever.
Yeah,
Douche life forever.
fantastic.
Yeah.
By the way, now that freaking OC pointed this date, it bothers me to a point that I would not even consider this watch. You know what? You could be, when people need to go on diet and not buy watches, you'd be a great partner to have around when I start craving a watch and I say, hey, OC, how about you tell me about this watch? You do your review, you point the things I don't like, and my craving is gone. Done.
Yeah.
And I don't buy useless watches, which I end up selling anyway.
Forget about everything. Again, people might think I hate on this brand with a particular purpose, but I will just say it like this: a stainless
Phoenix
steel
brand.
No, forget about
overrated.
it. A stainless steel diver's watch on a rubber bracelet for $14,000. Are you kidding me? Come on.
Oh, it's handmade.
That's my point.
Handmade.
It's just
And they dip the fingers in the nectar of the gods before they handmade it, and it's amazing. And it was the first diver, because you know what, Rolex sub can only wish to be blank pan, and to wear a blank pan, you gotta know shit. You're not just a douchebag, but you are connoisseur and you're enthusiast. There you go.
Are you serious?
No,
I'd still rather have a sub.
Of course, Mikey. God bless you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was like a little lost there for a second. Sorry. Hey,
by the way, OC,
have you guys noticed that a lot of shit goes over my
head?
head?
You are cocksure elitist. You think you're smarter than everyone.
Who?
And I am fucking enabling you. Okay? OC? I'm enabling.
Bear,
no.
What is the watch that OC could not talk you out of? We got a challenge.
Any Rolex watch. Any Rolex watch.
Yeah, but the thing, Bear, about what you just did, and you were talking in jest about the qualities of the watch, and you were kind of making fun of them. But for the person who buys this watch, which is, by the way, richer than someone who buys a common Submariner, all of those things are actually truth points,
Yeah. I know.
The person who owns this watch wants a luxury diver that's better than a Submariner, and is better in the sense that it's more expensive, and it's less.
You
common.
Can always get that Louis Vuitton tambourine. That's also kind of cool.
Right. But this one, you have also that little data point that says, oh yeah, they were the first professional diver or whatever. So you have a little bit of, and the real issue is like, is this more douchey than a Rolex? It's
definitely more douchey with the
we know what you're going to say, Mike, but we're cheering for you. We're cheering for you, buddy.
No, the indices, what do you call it? The patina, the pre-patina on the indices. That puts you in doucheland just to start out with. You got to, if you're gonna have a watch with patina, you put the patina on it. You don't buy it with the patina on it. That, to me, that just makes it douchey. That makes it douchey right from the start, right from the get-go.
But
it was very
douchey or not. Here's the thing: some kid who's on the train wearing a Submariner, or walks into a show or a concert wearing a Submariner, and some 45-year-old guy, walks in with a Blancpain 50 Fathoms. It's no fucking contest. This guy wins. The rich guy outclasses the Submariner wearer every single time with this watch. And that's what you pay the $14,000 for.
Really?
Yes.
I don't know about that.
You put a regular sub up against this, the sub loses every time. Every time.
I don't think so. I would
the sub loses against this?
I'd argue that point.
Ooh. Yeah, that's harsh. Look, I love my man.
Listen. I gotta. Okay, you're gonna be shocked. I'm gonna say this because
you're gonna agree with me again, Bear.
Yeah, I'm gonna enable this fucker again. But point is this:
yeah.
I see Rolex sub or Rolex in wild. I don't react.
Someone who buys a Blank Pond 50 Fathoms knows what they're doing. They know what they're communicating when they own that watch.
It makes me think, who is this person and why is he wearing this watch?
Exactly.
Okay, but we have a super chat from Diego, which is
$5.
welcome.
Oh my God.
Welcome.
1 second. This is a very high price. $5 for muting OC for 5 seconds. 5.
Holy shit.
4,
We're talking luxury seconds.
2,
Luxury
1.
seconds.
All right, unmuted, sir.
Wow. No, I don't mind pay. Hey, if people want to pay money to mute me because I'm a jerk, that's one reason. But don't mute me because because of my opinion.
No, I don't say it like that. I try to think when people say stuff. I try to put myself in that position. And I remember traveling, and I see the guy standing holding as we were exiting the airplane, and he had Ploprov on. Ploprov, okay. I'm not a fan of Ploprov. I'm not a guy who thinks it's a great watch and so on. But immediately, I knew this guy is a watch guy. Who the fuck wears the Ploprov if it's not a watch guy? And you immediately start talking. You kind of connect. You got into it. Well, I met a guy that I commented that's a great sea dweller. And he had a 43 millimeter. He said, no, that's a Rolex. That's a Rolex. I said, oh, yeah, okay, sorry. You're right. Shit. Cool Rolex. So
I will just say this. I love bondage and discipline. But if you ask me, Blancpain is the diametric opposite of being in the know. Get a Ploprov for a good in-the-know Swatch Group watch. Don't pay fucking $14K for a stainless steel diver on a rubber bracelet. Don't be a fucking idiot.
Exactly.
Well, or maybe OC can suggest us.
It's so much worse that he has one in precious metal on a rubber bracelet. I think it's
hey,
just
OC, do you know what I almost bought? And I thought of you. I actually fucking thought of you.
Was it at night in your dreams, or was it during the daytime?
No. I was in AD, and I'm looking at this, and I'm saying, okay, this is fucking different. And the reason why I remember now is because this watch, in my opinion, is kind of like a Ploprov, and it's the Tudor P01. Okay,
I love it. I love that watch.
And I'm looking at that watch, and I swear to God, I said to myself, what the fuck would OC say about this fucking thing? Do me a favor, please. Can you bring the P01 Tudor? And I want to hear OC's review of it. Please and thank you. Please.
P01.
Jesus Christ, guys.
No,
okay,
let's
hear your analysis of this watch. But by the way,
it's rough.
It didn't look terrible on the wrist. It almost looked, you ever seen those nerds that play the knights and they wear these kind of weird things on themselves? Almost like I don't know what to do. Okay, here we go, my friend. Take it and give us the aesthetic analysis of this amazing project watch by Tudor.
It's pretty ugly.
Okay. Well,
but
Mike, do you want to elaborate? I think you nailed that.
Well,
go ahead.
The end links are just blank, so there's just nothing there. It's that kind of, most watches have a little something there to add a little panache to the watch. But other than that, the watch is a good looking watch. I love the locking, snapping end link that accomplishes the same thing as the Ploprov button appendage. That that sticks, out to the side and turns it into the Millennium Falcon. And I don't know how deep this one goes, but yeah, I mean, this is a totally underappreciated, underlooked, just nobody's. This watch rides under the radar of everybody. And
must be a reason for it.
Well, no, I think because Tudor has so many other really great models in their line.
Okay.
Okay.
That's I think the answer. But this model here is not to be overlooked by any means.
Okay.
By the way, Diego, who muted me for 5 seconds, followed up his comment with another one, and it says, "LOL, love you, OC. The Blancpain is beautiful. Going to look into them now." So there you go, the power of the OC review. So,
yes.
I still want a Blancpain 50 fathoms. I still want one.
Thanks for.
By the way, we have a super chat from Mr. Zoso, $2.
Mr. Zoso.
Yes.
Who wears a UN if not a watch guy? What is a UN?
Ulysses Nardin.
Ulysses Nardin.
Yeah.
Depends which one. If it's a freak, it's most likely a watch guy. If it's the diver guy, it's most likely a Russian fanboy.
Pandora Fox, £8.99 sterling. A dancer I've never purchased before. A woman, right? I've never purchased gold before. I wanted to, but too nervous in case I get scammed. I have zero knowledge. This is going to Ronnie Paul, obviously. What to think of this website, guys? ATS Bullion. I appreciate your advice.
I'd have to take a look at the website.
And always,
Bear, the P01. What's supposed to be the function of this watch? What's the function of the bezel? Is it just simply a?
I know exactly what you're going to say, but I'll play along. Yes, sir. It's supposed to be a diver.
Yeah, it's a diver's watch. It's got a locking bezel.
A diver with a 12. A diver with a 12 bezel. Okay. No,
with a 12 bezel.
Yeah, the bezel counts to 12, right? And,
yeah.
Kind of like a GMT. Anyway,
worse, in fact.
Well, that's if you're traveling underwater to different continents and different oceans.
Yeah.
In a high-speed submarine.
I'll make one comment about this watch, and maybe when I say it, you won't be able to unsee it. But the Achilles heel with this particular watch is the design, the lug-to-lug length. If you see the case, the dial is obviously a circle, the bezel is obviously a circle, and then you have this very long protruding lug and end link, and then a very long protruding lug and end link on the bottom, and it makes the watch look super stretched, long, and it doesn't look compact and purposeful.
You sure that's not just an illusion because of the beginning of the strap has a metal link to it?
No, it's not an illusion. The end link is big and the lugs are long.
What's the pin to pin? What's the lug to lug length on that watch?
That's a great question. Let's see if the statistics bear out the fact that it visually looks extremely long and
that'll
awkward.
tell you whether it'll work on a small wrist or not.
Yeah. And whether or not it works on a small wrist or not, it looks ugly.
Mr. Zoso, just to follow up on that, Bear, I'm not Russian and I own a Maxi Marine diver. Mr. Zoso, I'm not Russian and I owned a Maxi Marine diver, but it is a stereotype that is well known in our watch world. It's not perceived as a watch enthusiast watch. I'm sorry, buddy. Mr. Zoso, Ulysses Nardin freak is, the rest, not so much.
And so, Bear, based on, would you even consider buying this watch now?
No. I have to be honest. The other thing that bothered me is I have a problem accepting that watch that is meant to be hardcore diver is sold on a leather. It just kind of fucks with my mind in a similar way that I have a problem buying divers that are chronographs. That's another fucking thing that I cannot resolve in my mind. So for me, diver, even though, even if I'm not going to dive,
Bear, the thing is, when it comes to divers that are chronographs, you have a function that actually defeats the purpose of the watch, right? Because you have extra 2 pushers that make, whether they're watertight or not, whether they're screwed down or not, because you will have to screw them, unscrew them to use them. You have basically 2 more vulnerable points in that watch that expose it to a threat. So in that case, to me, it absolutely doesn't make sense. Here, I will not only play the devil's advocate, I actually, in the entire Tudor line, I appreciate them, but because I actually like and own vintage Rolex, I don't go for them. If I were to ever buy Tudor, it would either be the Pelagos, full titanium, because it's something different and it has a watch that has its own character, or it would be this, because once again, it is something different and it has its own character. And I think it's idiotic, the rotating bezel. At least make it 24, so it actually fulfills that GMT function. Or at least the military time function, right? But I think at least it is something original. I always appreciate brands that put something unique in this world and not try to jump onto some random gimmick.
I mean, if we look at this watch from different angles too, it's chunky, it's wrong in a lot of different ways that kind of make it right. That's why I love it so much.
That made
I like that shot on the wrist. It's unique. It's very unique.
It's too expensive to play as a unique. It's too expensive to be a toy. I don't know. I like to.
At least it's not 14K. At least it's not 14K, so you can play the fantasy of being a rich guy to downplay a Submariner. Come on.
Is it like 5 or 6 grand?
If you are really rich and you want to shit on guys who wear Submariners like the rest of us, get an Apple Watch or get a Swatch Jellyfish while you're at it. Come on. Don't play these.
I love Swatch Jellyfish, but why Apple Watch? What's the idea behind that? Is it because rich people don't care about watches?
That's right. That's right. So if you actually want to live out that fantasy, give up on your wristwatch and pretend that you're actually a billionaire.
Yeah, to be very honest with you, I start to see more and more in my vision of that. You know, those very, very expensive watches like Rolex Rainbow and so on. It's a bit.
If you go back to that screen, Lord, to that one shot, that one.
One second, because Ronnie Paul is going to address Pandora Fox Super Chat.
Okay, so I took a look at the website. The website looks legitimate. I don't know if you guys have like a Better Business Bureau that you can check out in the UK to make sure that there's no complaints against them. But to me, it looks like it's fine. I took a look at some of the stuff that they have. They got a pretty good selection of coins. In my opinion, if you get a gold coin, you should get a 1 ounce gold coin, and you should get either a Canadian Maple or you can get your Britannia. They got a 2022 Britannia. Those are the best bang for your buck. They're 24 karat gold coins. The price is pretty good. So, I mean, if you want to go into that, get one of those. You should be okay. I mean, if you have somebody who can take you and you go there personally, I suggest you go there to their brick and mortar outlet and see them in person and purchase face to face. It's a little bit, you know, I wouldn't say risky, but it'd be nicer if you can go in there and actually talk to them rather than order it online and have them mail it or deliver it to you. But in my opinion,
I agree.
It's a good deal. It's a good deal. If you can get someone to go with you who knows something about it, that would be even better. But it looks like a legit site, and I think you should be okay. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you, man. Thank you so much for addressing that super chat. So I'm going back, OC, because you wanted to say something.
No, just real quickly here. My eye immediately goes to where the end link meets the lug, and as you can see, that doesn't quite work for me. As you can see, the end link raises in height to meet the bezel, which creates like a visual gap. And then it goes down to meet the end of the lug, which means that you have it kind of awkwardly.
There's an actual gap
super
there.
Chat. Pandora.
It's not an actual gap. It's more of a height.
OC super chat. 17.99 pounds sterling. Archie is absolutely cracking me up in the London Watch Show. You have to see him thoroughly insult the canapes and upset Paul Thorpe by dropping a few expletives whilst berating a zucchini stuffed with pepper.
Where do we see this, guys? I don't understand. Who is posting these videos?
Paul Thorpe was posting them, so you have to go to his channel to look at them. Archie didn't post them today.
Well,
yeah,
earlier he was looking really torn up and just sitting there at the table like he was just like done. So
he wants crispy chicken. He wants crispy chicken and spring rolls. What the fuck are they doing with this zucchini stuff? What zucchini? What's wrong with that?
It sounds like he's bounced back.
You can't blame the guy for that. You can't blame the guy for that.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm a vegan. I would be fine with stuffed zucchini with pepper. But Archie,
but you're vegan. You're vegan.
Archie is the big boy. Feed him the right stuff, man. Come on.
I gotta tell you something, by the way, Lord. I started in my restaurant Thursday nights as a full vegan nights. I am shocked. The interest for vegan menus, vegan food, is through the roof. Through the roof.
I will tell you this. I'll tell you this. All these people that sometimes crop up in the chat and complain about the Jewish lobby, they haven't seen anything yet. The vegan lobby is taking over. Be careful.
It's soon. Also, a little. I'm not financial advisor, and I don't give you advice, but I'll give you a little secret. There's a little stock that I highly recommend that I think is going to go through the roof. It's Tattooed Chef. Tattooed Chef is slowly taking over the market on a fast vegan food, and they're making it in a way they should be making it. This is McDonald's of the vegan world, and I'm telling you guys, if you want, it's a very, very good opportunity to get on something that's at the early stages of the stock that I believe has a great potential for growth. I did analysis of the stock. I did all that bullshit, and I highly recommend it. That's all. You want to be rich? Go for it. You don't want to be rich?
Beef prices are also through the roof. So
yeah.
There. You kept mentioning your restaurant. You run a restaurant.
Yeah, I have a restaurant in as a part of my hotel, and it's also serving the locals as well.
Up there on the 400, up the 400.
No, up north.
Yeah, up north, via the 400 highway.
Yeah. You got it.
Can you give the name?
No, I prefer not to go into that because there's too many idiots here, to be honest with you. Unfortunately, these kind of things are known for people who want to dig.
Is it Serbian themed?
No, nothing like that. No, when it comes to business, I am not really nationalistic. I serve what I think is the best for the client. I don't want to talk about it. Forgive me. I just don't want to talk about personal thing. I wanted to comment on the veganism. I'm not vegan. No. Somebody says I don't look vegan. I'm not. My son is. My son's been vegan now for 2 years, and I am amazed to the health advantages of the veganism. So I am starting to adapt certain things from that. So I am not eating as bad as I did in the past, which helps me. It's primarily for the health reasons. And some people are perceiving this more as a political statement. Well, in reality, there is a lot of advantages of eating plant-based food from the truly health perspective. Nothing more, nothing less.
Can I also say something? Just one sentence, because look, I take a lot of shit for being vegan, and I don't jump on the soapbox and try to be militant. Pavel, $10. Lord, Thorpe's Day 1 Part 1 stream, 135.52 to see our art stamp and the appetizer talk. I will.
Let's bring it up. Let's bring it up.
What I was saying is, yeah, I'm not militant about it. I'm not going to eat your ear about it. But all this bullshit about virtue signaling by being vegan, virtue signaling is when you play to the lowest common denominator, and most people eat meat. So virtue signaling is actually bashing veganism and eating vegetables and trying to be sustainable and getting patted on the back for it. So which is what you do on these streams all the time. Next super chat, Pandora Fox, 17.99 pounds sterling. That's really, really great. Thank you, Ronnie Paul. Much appreciated. It's on Paul's live stream, the Canopies drama. We are going to pull it up. I don't think the English know how to handle Archie. He's a unique, wonderful genius. Zhao Wei,
we know.
$2.99 Australian dollars drinks for Archie's London trip. Let's pull that up. Pavel.
Zhao Wei, it's so nice to see you. You're always great supporter of this channel. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you.
Hey, guys, I'm a big supporter of PETA too, eh? You know PETA?
Yes.
Of course.
People eating tasty animals.
I would rather cut up and eat people who eat other animals, but
no.
There you go.
People eating tasty animals.
Hey, you know what?
So we're going to 135, 135.52. 135.
All right, now.
No.
I don't think it's this one.
Wheatgrass juice is one of those things that you can is vegan gulp down, and it has
so maybe it's not this one. Maybe this is Pavel. No need to super chat. Can you help us here?
Watch out! I've got the old Z100 on today. Reissue of a watch that came out in the 40s.
Quality.
But thank you very much. Is that Ed Sheeran? Well, listen. He's got a good watch collection, hasn't he, Ed Sheeran?
Right, Russ, I'm going to let you put your famous face around.
Thank you, mate.
And I think we're going to be knackered tomorrow, mate.
I think we will, mate.
I think we might have to have a lay-in on Sunday.
I think you're right, buddy.
Right, guys, I'm going to head that way. Russ,
nice to meet you, mate.
speak to you
Blow
soon.
prof, he's got a blow
I've got the blow prof on. I've got the blow prof on. Oh, it's Archie himself.
How are you?
He's back.
It's
He's
amazing.
back.
It's having a great time here, Paul.
Ringer is on the way.
Ringer is on the way. Cheers to the Ringer.
Cheers to the watch community.
I
Look.
tell you what, Paulie, you know this posh food here, right? Yeah. The hors d'oeuvres. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Blended duck. What the fuck do they do this?
Oh, blended duck is Cockney rhyming slang. Blended duck.
Blended duck.
Rhyming slang.
What the?
There you go. You're not supposed to eat blended duck.
Explain it to you simply. You have spring rolls, a little bit of potato wedges.
Yeah.
And that's it. Simple food. Simple fucking food, Paulie. I mean, this posh shit. You rich geezers like this?
No. I'm a full English breakfast. I'm a calf man, mate. I like calf.
I mean, you like fried stuff.
Yeah, I like the working man's calf.
When you going to have one of these, Paulie? Come on.
Have
one of these.
Let's have a try. Let's try it. Right, let's have a try.
Come on, let's just
Excuse me. I've been told. Do you mind being on camera?
Yeah, I don't mind. Yeah.
Okay, so what's your name?
My name is Mario.
What are these things here?
We are live at the London Watch Show now. She's serving some hors d'oeuvres. I think, are they called hors d'oeuvres?
I think so, yeah. It's basically grilled courgette with bell peppers and rockets.
A grilled courgette?
Yeah.
It's like
the
Sorry, is he annoying you?
No, it's fine.
I'll get rid of him if you want.
Right,
No, it's all right.
Hey, Phirst, Uncle Jonga. Right, I'm going to try it. Ready, right?
I personally like it, but I know you don't like it. Is it not nice?
I didn't mind your asparagus on your plate you left me. I like that. You know the asparagus the other day, but that's
It's grilled courgette with bell peppers and rocket.
Is
Some
it
people
nice?
like it.
Is
Some
it
people
nice?
don't.
Posh people eat this shit.
I tell you who'd like that. My rabbit.
Rabbit.
My rabbit would like that. Huh? No, Paul, it's not nice.
It's not nice.
See, that's why they
Did
don't.
you have it though? Did you try it?
I
though?
tried that, you know, that blended duck.
Okay, maybe that's not nice.
What the hell is that? That's cold. Who the fuck eats cold duck?
Paul, don't
It's
say it.
liquid.
Paul,
Sorry.
Paul, she's a young lady. Come on.
It's liquid duck. Who eats liquid duck?
That might be a bit strange. But you didn't try this one though. Maybe you should.
I'm scared. I don't want to go
scared.
You know, I tell you what I want. Or a little spring roll that you fry.
Spring rolls. Yeah,
Just
I like
cut the
spring rolls.
bastard up. And I'd like some potato wedges, you know.
For the Americans in the audience, that means egg rolls.
Sweet potato. Pumpkin.
Yeah.
What do you think of that sweet potato wedges, you know?
Yeah, I know. I know what this is.
Shall I take him away? Take him away.
It's fine.
Archie's doing custom hors d'oeuvre
See you
order.
later. Bye bye. Poor girl, honestly. Let's have a look. She's from West.
For the
That was
Australians in the
hilarious.
audience, I would have loved Chico rolls. I need Chico rolls.
Archie's
seemed
ordering
like- she
custom
seemed
hors
like-
d'oeuvres.
She seemed like a fun girl to hang out with.
I want egg rolls and potato wedges.
Mikey's got a bit of a crush there. I can sense
Oh
that.
yeah,
Mikey.
no, I got a man crush on
Ooh.
Girly there. Yeah, I like how
But
she
this
swore.
just shows why we love ArchieLuxury. Okay, because he's genuine, he's real, and he doesn't necessarily filter everything he says. That's our Archie. We love him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love how they took it up a notch by saying courgette.
But a lot of people would only speak about the good things, you know, and just not mention anything about the stuff they didn't like. And Archie just
Kinda like
stuck
you,
a
Mike.
broad spectrum.
Kind of like you when
We
you
have
say-
a super chat from our great
Thomas
friend Thomas
Bird
Burnett.
bets £8.99 sterling. I met Arch today at LWS and had a great chart with him. I was wearing my P01 that I bought.
Wow!
Memory of blue shirt. Arch is a true gentleman and spent his time walking around and chatting with punters. I want to say one thing. You know, the way I see Thomas speaking with that avatar, I always imagine he looks exactly like that avatar. So I would have loved to meet Thomas in person and humanize him a little.
Yeah. I know because we start believing in certain avatars as that's the person that you imagine to be. Because this is really how I picture Thomas Burnett. That cute, hairy, beardy guy. I don't even know who that is, but that's, if I see it, that's Thomas Burnett.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Mikey, it's called toxic positivity. It's kind of like when you say, like, I love everybody, I love everyone, that shit rocks, you know, this is great, right? Archie is kind of the opposite of that.
Yeah. Yep.
So I wanted to mention something earlier, and then we started talking about something else, how Omega is starting to be a fucking douchey, all right? I've been waiting on 321 now since they announced it, all right? My AD hasn't seen one yet. One. And they're pushing a lot of stuff through their boutiques because they don't give discounts in boutiques, at least not as much as ADs. So I called my AD. I decided I wanted to get the speedy new one, the gold one, that looks like Paul Newman Daytona. And he was actually told by Omega not to expect any of them before 2023. They announced the watches, new watches, right? When the Rolex announces the watches, they're available in a matter of a week. I mean, not to everyone, but they actually start shipping. What is Omega doing? What's the point? Why are they playing these games lately? I don't understand. But I do see double standards. People are very harsh and very easy to jump all over Rolex, and often with a reason. But when it comes to Omega, they're starting to do same shit. And I mean, yeah, maybe Michael says I heard July. Maybe July in the boutiques, but it's all maybe, it's all big game, it's all like, why would this watch, which is not
Ooh, Thomas Burnett, 449, Mr. Burnett, thank you. I gave Arch a cash super chat for a selfie. He was so nice to talk with. Respect to the almighty pontiff.
Wonderful, Thomas. Wonderful. And I'm sure that you guys had a nice conversation about your dear friend and our dear friend, which we miss terribly. And every time I see Thomas, I remember our friend. I will never forget him. Never ever forgotten. What a sweetheart. What a kind and beautiful representation of a watch guy who loves people and watches. Anyway, so what the fuck?
Can you advise me on this? When we give super chats in cash to the pontiff, do we just hand the cash, or are we supposed to put it into an envelope first?
You're supposed to. Well, if you're gonna
you palm it like a drug
deal. Do we just slap it to his forehead?
Mikey said it exactly. Hey,
palm it during a handshake.
Right.
What you should do?
Allergic. Yeah.
What you should do is, if you're going to give him like a $5 super chat, show him the $5, and then give him $3.25 and tell him the other $1.75 is going to.
Yeah, I'll send the other $3.25 to YouTube. No. You just palm it to him like a nice handshake drug deal.
Oh, there is Aussie expat has left us because he has to make a dinner. What was it? My wife is getting close to blow. Okay, I thought after lunch I was going to be driving. All right.
Can't have the wife blow. No blown wives.
He's
but
expecting.
Wives are supposed to blow you, not you cause the wives to blow.
Mike, thank you for ruining it. He's expecting a beautiful daughter. That's what he means by that.
I'm sorry about that. Then please excuse me.
That's okay, Mikey. Mikey.
Out of taste comment. Foot in mouth. Taking it out now. We're back to normal now. Okay.
My suggestion again: get a girlfriend.
Yeah.
Take her foot. Take her foot into your mouth. I think that's
Owl 29, by the way, brings this up, and I do wanna mention that also. There was this watch talk with the Panthers. I think it was always on Sunday. I would secretly watch it because there were some nasty people there that didn't like me, but I did watch it because it was a good watch talk. And Blue Shirt is the one that organized that. It was truly watch enthusiast chat. A great group of guys talking everything from vintage to modern to movements to, and some knowledgeable guys who actually you could learn from, so yeah, he's going to be missed by many for sure. He was a glue that glued many of us together. Even if we hated each other, he managed to put us together sometimes. For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Rest in peace, Blue Shirt Buddha. Thank you.
Yes.
Watch question for the panel. I was on Instagram earlier today. Someone posted a picture of a new watch that they had purchased, and the movement was actually engraved with their initials. And I thought it was pretty unique. It was a D. Dornbluth and Zone watch. Are you familiar with this brand, Lord and Bear and panel?
I think I've seen that.
Yeah, you might want to check them out. It's Dornbluth, Dornblueth, and we have a pretty smart audience in the show tonight. Maybe one of the audience members is familiar with the brand or may even have one. Ron the Shrink says, I love Dornbluth. But I thought
Is
it was
that the brand?
Yeah, die Dornbluth in Zone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you mind bringing?
I like
do you mind
Dornbluth
bringing it
too.
up?
Sure. What's up, Mike?
No, Dornbluth. I like Dornbluth as well.
What do you like
I
about
don't
them?
know Dornbluth.
Pull them up. They're a German brand, I believe, right? And they work in conjunction with another. They just came across my radar a while back, and I remember thinking to myself that I liked that brand a lot, and just checking out their line.
To me, it sounds like a Dumbledore. That's what it sounds. So that's pretty much the association I'm making now. So if
So Dornbluth und Sohn from Kalbe, Germany.
Yeah, no,
they're what, Mike?
Yeah, they're nice. There's some nice stuff, man.
Okay.
Yeah, so we got some good comments. Ron the Shrink says, an incredible movement finishing. CS says very low production. I was looking, at just the small second one. I think the movement is, if you can find pictures of the movement, the fact that you could actually get the movement engraved with your initials, I thought was
nice,
fascinating. I have no idea what these sell for, but I remember being extremely impressed by this person's pictures.
Yeah.
I mean, look, that's not the first time they did something like that. AP used to put your entire initials instead of AP on the rotor if you were so privileged to order a Royal Oak Jumbo from them. It's a nice personal touch. I generally have a distaste for these sorts of micro brands that pump everything, all the prices up because they're limited production. But at the end of the day, at least, you know that, I mean, this is why we exalt the so-called Holy Trinity, right? You know, they produce such a limited number of watches every year. You know, the amount of work hours that went to every single watch is higher than the rest of the brands. So there's something to be appreciated in that, I guess.
Is Vacheron still considered part of the Holy Trinity?
Of course. They are owned by, by a larger luxury group.
For a while, I thought they got dropped out or disconsidered as part of the Holy Trinity because they got bought out or sold out or something.
Mike, who decides that they're dropped out of that? It's an imaginary construction anyways. Who drops anyone out from Holy Trinity?
Sure, no, but I mean the Holy Trinity's always been what AP, Patek, and Vacheron, right?
That's right. Yeah.
But I would throw Jaeger LeCoultre in with that bunch. In my opinion, I think they are, they have just as much heritage, and in fact, most of these brands from the Holy Trinity ran Jaeger LeCoultre movements in them, in the past, because they were a movement maker for these companies. I mean, they've got a lot to stand on, and so maybe it should be the Holy Quad.
So you don't want to replace Vacheron with JLC and the Holy Trinity. You want to expand it to 4.
I mean, Vacheron, I think, holds its own. It should stay where it's been.
Okay, we know your position now.
And I'm not wanting to reposition the pieces in the Holy Trinity. I thought the Vacheron had been removed. It's at one point.
You can remove them. You're in charge. If you want them removed, remove them.
Yeah, Ron the Shrink. Mike has an astounding lack of watch knowledge. Very, very true. Thank you.
That's not true. That's not true.
No, I know. I'm joking.
Yeah.
But I do tend to blurt out incorrect assumptions, and that's a fault of mine. But I man up to it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and I love to be corrected. I learned that way. Hey, what better way to get to learn than to be corrected? But
Mike, let's not dismiss the premise of your argument. Let's assume now that because Vacheron is part of Richemont Group, that they're no longer considered independent and they've been thrown out of the Holy Trinity. Would you then replace them with JLC, or would you, or is there someone else that you would find as a worthy?
I would have to. There'd be 2 or 3. FP Journe or Lunge.
You're gonna put FP Journe in the Holy Trinity.
Maybe not Journe. Lunge for sure. Lunge, probably Lunge.
Don't take this decision lightly. This is serious. We're talking about placing Vacheron in the Holy Trinity.
I'm not educated enough on these.
Sure, you are. The Holy Trinity is what we make of it. It's what we make of it. We put our own people in the Holy Trinity.
I mean, the Holy Trinity kind of, to me, when I envision the Holy Trinity, it's the dress watch world, right? It doesn't really include the sports and the 50 fathoms kind of category. It's the Calatravas and the 21s and the ones, and all of those classics. And on that note, like the Longuet probably would be from what I know about watches. I'm not really up on all of the different dress watches, high-end dress watches that are out there. There's some what's that Fred somebody that makes like those really amazing dress watches, but again, probably Longuet. If I were to replace Vacheron, Longuet would probably be
CS.
Good argument. Lord, would you replace
CS Super Chat? OC, you keep doing this. When there's a Super Chat, no one cares about your opinion. The Super Chat takes precedence. $250 US. Another really impressive brand is Schwarz Etienne.
Bring it up, Lord. Bring it up.
Sure. My opinion, look, I mean, the thing is, these are imaginary constructions anyways. The community kind of comes with a collective common sense. And that whole Trinity moniker even precedes a lot of this internet watch talk. But if you cannot somehow sign Vacheron Constantin, that is the longest continuing watchmaker in the entire world, just because they are bought out by a luxury company, and try to include Jaeger-LeCoultre, which belongs to the same luxury conglomerate. It just confounds me, but that's okay.
Well, Jaeger-LeCoultre, it's kind of a toss-up because I haven't studied the two brands closely enough, but I'm a big lover of Jaeger-LeCoultre.
Me too, Mike. But like, what you love doesn't have any bearing to your argument, because you are saying Vacheron Constantin doesn't belong anymore to the Trinity.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I heard that. And so I thought the Holy Trinity had been broken up, and I didn't know who was filling the gap. That's all I was saying.
Who bound them together, Mike, in the first place to break them up? I'm still lost there on that.
I think I heard it here on discussion on Archie's show.
We did it.
I'm sure Archie is not responsible for that bullshit, but
no, not Archie himself, but in just a discussion about watches, the Holy Trinity was brought up, and those three brands were blocked together. And then somewhere along the line, I heard something about Vacheron kind of, oh no, Vacheron's not that anymore because of this or that. And
loose tooth, $4.99 American dollars. Bear, please correct Mike on ceramic red line Sea Dweller being more collectible than Sea Dweller 4K.
Are you saying that the ceramic red line Sea Dweller is more collectible than Sea Dweller 4K?
What's the 4K? The 40 millimeter?
That's the one that they ran for 2 years and then they discontinued it.
That's going to be the more collectible one. I'd gotten the red line mixed up with the 4K because I thought the red line was the 4K. That's all.
No.
Oh, that would be amazing! Oh my God, if the 4K has a red line, oh my God, I would do anything for that watch. Anything.
No, I just got the two mixed up.
That's okay.
Hey, what else is new? Hey, isn't it? This is the norm. Me mixed up. All right, so here we go.
When you get mixed up, you just calm down and you say, "Fuck you, Team Right," and everything goes back to normal.
Yeah. Fuck you, Tim.
Listen, Mike never said that Vacheron fell out of the Holy Trinity. He was simply saying that he heard that, and then we were having a hypothetical conversation about what could replace them. And Lord, you make a good.
Nothing can replace Vacheron from Holy Trinity.
Wait a minute.
I will put Vacheron in a Holy Trinity before. Go ahead.
Sorry, but the hypothetical is because Vacheron is no longer independent and is part of Richemont Group. Brands that are part of a big conglomerate are no longer worthy of being in the Holy Trinity. That's the hypothetical prerequisite that we've now defined. So now that Vacheron is out, please replace them with a worthy successor.
OC. Okay. Let's not go down this.
All right. No. Okay. No. Wait. I'll play it again. I'll play it again.
No. Because the thing is, the dumb path we started on some stupid hearsay was that Vacheron was out, and the options that were given instead were ALC and Lange, which are owned by the same fucking luxury conglomerate. I know,
and those two are disqualified.
I know.
So based on
they're all disqualified.
I know. We don't talk about watches on this channel very often, but when we talk about them, let's not have a bullshit conversation that's not based on any fact or any tangential relationship to reality. Come on, guys.
I'll be honest with you.
You gotta have
I read somewhere. I was reading somewhere, and I can't remember because I'm getting old. But I'm sure you guys will know this. So if you don't mind, the whole term Holy Trinity in horology was created by who? Who came up with it and when? It wasn't like, where is this Holy Trinity whole? I know I read about it. Where
does Breguet stand in all of this?
Nowhere. It's a Finnish brand. It's a joke.
They're down below.
So Breguet is owned under the Swatch company, right?
Oh, all right. Well, then
disqualified.
Another conglomerate-owned watch brand, so they're out of the consideration as well. See, I don't know enough about these super high-end brands because I generally don't really study up on stuff I can't never afford. So I don't pay as much heed to stuff I'll never be able to own. I pay more attention to stuff that I might be able to.
What are you talking about, man? There's Vacheron's cheaper than Rolex. What's wrong with you? That's nothing to do with money.
Bear. My Holy Trinity. My Holy Trinity.
Yeah.
Rolex.
Rolex, and the gold coins.
Mine would be Rolex, and a Vacheron Overseas version 3 blue 3-hander.
You threw them out. You threw them out of the Holy Trinity, Mike. How can you now keep them in?
Mike, if that's the case,
because we're now that we're just throwing, our own guesses for Holy Trinities out there. I
don't know. You threw them out, then you're putting them back in.
Well, if he can say his Holy Trinity is Rolex, well, I would agree Rolex, but then the Overseas is just such a that's my kind of my grail. So I had to throw that in because I'm really in love with that watch, and I think Vacheron, as a company, holds its own in that respect.
Does anyone want to nominate Schwarz Etienne to join the Holy Trinity? No, Lord.
If I'm going, I mean, I'm. What like if we're gonna be talking about it, we need to have some kind of norm, some kind of like, is it the history? Is it the watchmaking? Like, what is it? Because if it's like F. Pigeon could qualify, but it doesn't have a history. It's a relatively new brand, right?
Yeah.
Lange has a beautiful watchmaking, but it's really reinvented brand. Okay, again, Phoenix brand.
It should be based on innovation done by that company.
No, it shouldn't. The Holy Trinity is not based on that. It has to do a lot with tradition and history.
In there, did they design the tourbillon and a bunch of other, really mainstream inventions that still used today? Even though they're owned by a conglomerate, Breguet, aren't they all in-house and everything, all these other brands we're talking about, aren't they all that in a bag of chips?
Yeah.
Sorry, Mikey, I kind of pulled you out. I was looking at that. I'll be honest, all I heard was bag of chips. That's pretty much the only thing I heard.
I heard bag of chips and I said yes.
I mean,
True.
Epijon, Epijon, Carrywood Lane,
Jacob and
all
Co.
that. Oh God, no.
Then you can throw Richard Millet into that too, right?
You could. I mean, listen, Ronnie. You could. Innovation, quality of the movement, even though they're ugly as fuck and tacky as shit. You could, but Philippe Dufour. Right? Oh, Shroom is here.
Oh, hey. Hey, what's
How
going
are
on?
you, Shroom?
Oh, the Shroom overslept. He slept for a long time last night. He's exhausted.
Good for you.
You do, man.
Good for you. Hey, Shroom, I wanted to ask you something.
Yep.
Who was the gentleman that joined you and Archie for the dinner? I seen the pictures. Who was that gentleman?
Well, who you didn't see, there was actually two guys. There was Dave, the super collector. And
Dave, the super collector. Yes.
That's who you didn't see. And the other guy was Ian, the English guy who has supposedly
Is that Ian, the one who slept with thousands?
Yep.
How many?
I forget the exact number. He said it was a bit over exaggerated, but it's meant to be over 10,000 or something. Maybe it's over 1,000. I don't remember.
So that's the gray guy, gray color hair guy, right?
Yes. Yep.
Because I don't think we ever seen Dave Super Collector. We never actually see him anywhere.
No, that's right. He's an interesting guy. Well, they were both interesting guys. Dave, the Super Collector. Just near the end of the dinner, he pulls out this vintage Rolex Submariner out of his bag. It's a solid gold Submariner with a tropical dial, right?
Ooh.
And he just puts it in my hand. And I didn't even see him taking it out of the bag, and all of a sudden it's in your hand. And I said, I could estimate how much it's worth, but I just said, look, I feel uncomfortable holding this thing. And I very quickly gave it back. It was a bit of a shock.
That's what she said.
And what was the value of that watch?
I don't know. I didn't ask, but
what would something like that be, Lord? What would be the value of something like that?
What's the reference number?
Again, I'm not sure. It was solid gold, vintage Submariner with a tropical dial.
And did it have the bracelet?
Yep.
And was it a nipple dial or the usual loom plots, like the circular ones?
I couldn't really tell you.
Was
I think
the
it was.
face-
I
was
think it
in
was more
shock.
circular. I was in shock. It all happened very quickly, and you've got to remember Archie is right next to me, and I've only met him for 5 minutes.
Was it? Was the face of the watch similar to a contemporary Rolex
No.
Submariner that you would see, or not?
No.
Beyond the fade, I'm talking about the index markers.
Look, I can't really.
It was
an older matte dial. Well, hang on. Well, no, it wasn't because it was tropical. Guys, I don't exactly remember the exact details.
Well, look, by now,
You should have taken the picture, man.
I
That's
should've.
when you get those opportunities,
should've.
you take the pictures.
by now, even the 5 digits have started going over 40K, especially if they have the bracelet. If it's a 4 digit, if it's a 1680/8, you are looking at a watch that's easily 50K plus, easily.
I saw a Tudor Submariner the other day, 10 grand, vintage, beautiful.
Yeah, they're going very
Hey,
high.
Can you guys check something for me?
Sure.
Because we're speaking about these vintage Tudor Submariners. I
Yep.
had a buddy of mine last summer managed to pick one up. It's a 1967 Oyster Prince Tudor.
Okay.
You got a photo of it?
The one I saw was just a dead ringer for a Submariner.
So that's what this one looks like. In fact, when you flip it to the back of the case, it's engraved with the Rolex brand.
Yes.
In the case back.
Yeah. Well, I mean, wasn't the whole thing about Tudor was he wanted to build a Rolex for the working man. So originally, they used Rolex cases and bracelets.
Yeah.
And basically just had a movement or some standard movement installed and were made available to the general public at a reasonable price. I thought that's how kind of Tudor started out, right? But they were using real live Rolex parts.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the case back.
I love that watch.
Yeah.
Does it have it has a rose? It has a rose.
This is a shield.
Yeah, that one has crown guards. The one I saw, it didn't. It must have been older.
Yeah.
Good. I would love that one with rose.
The one I was looking at was much older, like much older.
Why does that one have a Rolex crown, a Rolex logo on the crown?
That's what they used to do.
That's what they used to do, really?
They used to do that. It was a Rolex watch with a different movement in it.
Yep.
Very cool.
Yep. 100%.
So he ended up getting it from one old guy. I have a funny feeling that all of the parts in it are original, that the guy never really got it serviced. And I think he paid $1,500 cash for it.
Looks good.
That's beautiful.
That'd be a nice barn find.
That's not the one, by the way. I just found it. It's the one that he's got actually has a smiley face. It has the Mercedes hands.
Yeah, no snowflake hands.
And it has the rose.
Yeah, and the one I saw had the Mercedes hands and everything. And no, maybe, yeah, that's looking more like it.
Right there, Ronnie.
Hold on.
This is exactly 1967 Oyster Prince.
Do I have a picture of it?
Tudor Submariner Circa. Yeah, it. Can you show me? You see the bottom part underneath? Yes, but can you get it face forward? There.
What do you mean?
Well, it's the dial is on a slant. Can you get the? Yeah. So if you get the hands, the hour hand out of the way, that's exactly what it was. I mean, I would I have a photograph of it. I can email it to somebody on the panel, whoever.
Yeah, you can do it to me. Just my name at gmail.com. Super chat. Lots of old Tudors original Rolex parts on them, Mr. Zoso, for $5. Thank you, especially the bracelets. Yeah, basically every single part is shared. They're marked in a different way. At the end of the day, it's only the ETA movement that's.
I want to find the photo. I want to send you the photo so you can bring it up. I want you to see this.
Sure. Send it to me. And again, Lord Telespont v@gmail.com. In the meantime, while we are doing this, I'm going to take the liberty, since I have been so patient, I'll be transparent. Of course, it's an honor and privilege to host the show for the Pontiff while he's gone, but I'm also trying to gain some exposure and get more subscribers to my channel.
Absolutely.
So,
yes, sir.
If you'd be so kind to check out my channel and subscribe and check out the content. If you like it, drop a few likes and upvotes as well. I would genuinely appreciate it.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I'm posting the link now.
So besides dropping just the link, what you should do, you should bring your channel on the screen so visually you can show us your channel.
Of course.
Yes.
Give us some idea on what do you do on your channel, what type of videos are there, what are you talking about, and so on. Because we have 147 viewers right now.
It's my pleasure.
And I think that anyone that likes the watches, likes an intelligent person talking about watches, will enjoy your channel. That's my opinion.
That's a little bit of an overkill. I wouldn't call myself an intelligent person, but here's my
Come on now, seriously, I'm being serious. Okay, so give us idea, like give us a type of videos you do and so on.
So there are a few different things that I do. One thing that I consider my signature is that I do collection reviews for people on a live stream, so we can have them involved in a genuine conversation that is not scripted, that is not packaged, that's not overly produced. I just have them send a few pictures ahead of time.
Do you ever lose sleep over certain collections?
What is it?
Do you ever lose your sleep over certain collections?
In a positive way, yes. I did.
Okay, so you do lose sleep, yeah.
I do.
Do you call people with very expensive watches? Do you call them legends? Legends.
Your favorite pseudo intellectual here. Exactly. So that's me. And
Who's that guy on the right?
Hey, Lord, I just sent you the email. Can you make sure I don't get doxxed on it? Just get the images.
Oh, of course not. I will download them and then show them.
Is this that's you did it with Jamie Opulence?
Yes. So this is one of those that I did. I love this collection, and I love the stories that we wove together talking about that collection. I also do live streams with very focused topics, which I then usually end up producing into 4-6 minute videos. And producing is a little bit of a euphemism here. I just do shorter live streams that follow a script and that just has me narrating the stuff. And I also have a lot of self-indulgent shorts for my wrist shots as well, so you can take a look at the collection too. At any rate, again, I'll post the link. If you subscribe to the channel and help me get to 1,000 subscribers, I'm still far away. You would help me.
How many subscribers do you have?
Not even 300 yet. So we have a long way to go.
Come on, guys. Let's actually subscribe to a proper watch channel, guys. Come on. There is 140 of you. Anyone that supports Archie should support Lord. Thank you, guys.
Guys, thank you. Now, wait, let me pull up what Ronnie Paul sent me without doxing him, of course. So, let me download those pictures. Ronnie Paul. Oh yes, this is a proper 80s watch because I think the lacquer cracked on the dial, or is that the crystal? Let's see.
It might, I don't know. It might be the crystal. It's actually not a crystal. It's like it's synthetic, right? It's plastic. It's a bubble.
Plastic crystal or plexiglass.
Hey, Lord, Fike Cancer is asking you, do you now, or have you ever known JJ or Pigsley?
What? Why? I mean, I know who they are. I don't know them.
Yeah.
I don't know them as real human beings. I've seen them on the screen a few times.
Well, JJ is a human being, but Pigsley is not a human being. He's a Pigsley. What's wrong with you? What the fuck is it? Like, come on now.
So this is the profile. This is the case back. And there we finally have the face of the watch.
The couple of guys, Logan Hall and Ron the Shrink, are actually saying that shorts are great for algorithms.
They are. You know, I will tell you. I'll tell you this. That
that's what I saw the other day.
Mike,
a shield.
Mike, please take it away. Tell us about the watch you saw.
Please, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Continue. Finish what you were saying.
Please get it out of your system. Tell us about the Tudor you saw the other day.
I'm done. Sorry. Excuse me. Please.
All right. Let's.
Good directing, Lord.
So this is the watch that Ronnie Paul shared with us. Ronnie, is this the one you're holding in your hand, or someone else?
No, that's my buddy got the watch, and his wife took selfies with it. I've seen the watch, I've held the watch, and I can confirm that is the watch that I saw.
Okay.
I like that a lot.
I think the bracelet looks like it's the folded link.
80s. Yes,
bracelet.
It's the folded. It's like when you look at the profile, right?
Yeah, we can see it here too a little bit. We zoom in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Lord, what type of movements are these? ETAs? Just an ETA, regular ETA, whatever?
ETA. I can find the exact thing to dig in. I'm not really an expert on Tudor in general. I know their ETA movements, but
so it needs a service, obviously. But he paid 1,500 Canadian for that. What do you think he can get for it if he gets it in running condition?
Oh, way more than that.
Multiple times.
Our jeweler's got one for $10,000 in his case right now.
10,000.
Is he? Where is he from?
Maldives, £8.99 pounds. Super chat, guys. Maldives, £8.99 sterling. Arch hand sanitizer fund. 15. That's
I'll give him $2,000, Ronnie. Tell him he'll make $500.
I told him I'd give him 2,500. He said, "You're crazy. No way."
That's like a true barnyard find in this day and age. Honestly, you get it serviced by a decent watchmaker.
Yeah,
because it's an ETA movement. It's not that hard to find a reliable watchmaker to fix it.
Sure,
you can sell it at least quadruple that, at least easily.
Now, here's my other question. Should he get it repolished or leave it as is?
Okay, I will. Depends on the platform that he wishes to use for sale. For eBay, get it polished. You want to get it. You want to get it out of your hands. the fastest way for even for chrono, where people who are more interested in certain aspects of watches that are a little more than just the brand name. I know that's a very harsh distinction, and it doesn't always work like that. I got a couple of watches from eBay, so this is not a hard and fast rule.
Guys, listen, what he's talking, guys are freaking out in the chat. Obviously, listen carefully. He's talking about depending on how he wants to sell it. He's not talking about watch geeks.
Guys,
he's talking.
I've never, if he polished it, he couldn't sell it to me.
Okay,
but clearly, here's a guy who got a watch that he doesn't even want for $1,500, and he can potentially sell it closer to $10,000. So I'm just offering suggestions.
Okay,
if I were to get this watch, I would rather not have it polished. I haven't even seen it closely, but it already seems like it's not in the perfect condition. Get the crystal replaced. If the dial is cracked, as I imagine it is, because I think the lacquer on those dials are prone to cracking, that is okay. People also love that sort of stuff. If you ask me as a purist, don't polish it, don't change the dial, just the crystal. Maybe a light polish on the bracelet, but even that, you don't have to. That watch will look so much better once it's serviced and the crystal is changed. It will look as if it is new without even the slightest polishing.
So I've advised him not to get it polished, and that if he sells it, let whoever buys it polish it.
Decide.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because so
it's gonna sell. It's gonna sell unpolished. So.
And he knows enough about the watch market that he wouldn't be selling this watch to the average Joe. He would be selling this to someone who knows something about these watches and collects Rolex and Tudor. So,
okay. In that case, no polish whatsoever. If he actually knows how to get into touch with people who know Tudor, absolutely don't get it polished.
Yeah. So I have a watchmaker I know and I trust. And it's a family thing. He's been fixing these watches, and he works on Rolex and all this stuff. So I have someone in line for him. The only question is I have to get him to take the watch there, and then he has to have the money to pay for the service. So how much do you think the service will cost?
I mean, I think, the more I look at it, it just looks like it's the crystal that's scratched.
Yes.
The movement needs to get serviced. Don't change the hands. Don't polish the watch. Shouldn't cost more than you're in a metropolitan area, right?
Yes, downtown Toronto.
Okay. Well, I mean, in that case, they will probably charge you something like 250, 300 Canadian.
I was going to say 350 to 500 for the service, and anybody that would polish that is crazy.
Yeah, listen to Mike, guys.
Yeah. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mikey. Mikey.
I mean, yeah, that watch with that kind of patina on it. My God, people pay triple the money for this kind of patina and those scratches and that perfect age look.
No one would pay for the scratches on the crystal. The crystal will be changed. 250 to 300 for the service, maybe another 200 for the crystal.
With regards to changing the crystal, are you saying change the crystal with a brand new crystal, or with a similar year and dated crystal that's in better condition?
Brand new plastic.
That's acceptable. That's acceptable in the hobby.
Yeah. I mean, look. It
might be your only option.
I'll be back in a sec.
No two vintage guys will agree on anything, so don't get it twisted here. But
figure that
some vintage experts would say absolutely that's one part of the watch that you should change, because one, you're protecting the integrity of that watch, you're protecting it from water, you're protecting it from dust, you're protecting it from unnecessary aging. Other watch guys will say, I would rather get that crystal and save it and put a plastic crystal there from around the same time, and I will keep the crystal as well. So if your friend has the option, just to please us freaks, get that changed with a new plastic crystal, you know, and then
keep it.
Yeah,
can I ask something? Why not just this guy, whoever he is, sells it as is?
Yeah.
Why would he bother doing all that if he's still going to be selling it to a knowledgeable person? That knowledgeable person will prefer it to get it and do what they exactly want to do with that watch.
The problem is, Bear, is it's not running. Would he get the same kind of money for it not running?
Well, what I'm trying to say is that can be all estimated in the pricing. Do you understand what I'm saying? Meaning, he comes to sell. Let me ask you something, Lord. You are a vintage guy. Would you rather just buy this as is and you do with that what you want to do?
Yeah, but I won't pay more than 5K if I buy it like that. No way in hell I would pay more than 5K. But if I saw that watch without knowing its history, in a way where it works, where I have the receipt from a watchmaker, a respectable watchmaker, saying movement serviced, and I guarantee it, let's say, for 2 years. And I have in a nice little sleeve the original plastic crystal. And then I see that the watch looks beautiful with the new domed plastic plexiglass crystal.
So presentation will play an important role.
I will probably pay 8 for something like that. So I'm a vintage guy, but I don't want to pay 10K or what would be paid for the premium new old stock example for a stinking pile of crap. I'm sorry. That's what that watch
but that
looks
actually kind of answers my question, because Ronnie, there we go. Let's say Lord says he would pay 5, let's say, and when he sees it all fixed, it's gonna pay 8. If the whole process to get to that level, to get that 8, cost him less than 3, then it's worth doing it.
But and the thing is that when you're giving me a figure of 8, that's 8,000 US that you're thinking, right?
Say that again.
Yeah, Lord is not used to a fact that on this channel Canadian dollar is official currency. That's something he's getting used to.
I was thinking it.
I'm joking.
I wouldn't.
Were you really?
75,
okay, that's
75
actually
USD would be what I would pay for a decent example of that watch. But I usually look for steals. I missed out on many good deals because of that. I'm sure there are other people who would pay 8,500 USD easily for a watch.
That's over 10,000 Canadian. I mean, I think he would rather get the maximum bang and get it fixed. Even if the cost is like between 500 and 800 Canadian, I think it'd still be better to get it fixed and get the 10,000 Canadian than 5,000 US, which is like 7,500 bucks Canadian.
Anyway. You have a super chat from Diego.
$499 US. These watches with punched papers in good condition go for 7-8 USD. So there you go.
I would look and make sure that crystal is, if it's cracked, then replace absolutely. If it's not cracked, then replacing it would be a judgment call. So that the person would have to make.
Yeah. So I had it in my hand and I looked it over carefully, and the
that's what she said.
The crystal was in good condition to the point that it was not cracked, but it fully has abrasions all over it. And I don't think you can polish that out. But other than that, the watch looked good.
In that case, like if that were me, I would buy that watch as is with the scratches on the crystal, and consider the scratches part of the patina, and that would not affect the price of that watch to me, buying it as a vintage watch.
Pandora Fox, £8.99 sterling. Guys, more chance of acquiring a GMT white gold meteorite or any precious metal Daytona at the AD. Zero chance of either one, but I think white gold meteorite is maybe slightly more in the realm of nearly possible, but any Daytona?
No, meteorite, fucking possible. Impossible.
What about precious metal Daytona?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I mean, you gotta spend serious money on the side. I don't listen. Meteorite. Do you know what meteorite goes on the secondary market?
Yeah, it's
Daytona?
almost $250,000
US, right?
It's what?
200.
What do you say?
Well, like, listen, Marcelo has a meteorite GMT, correct?
$250,000. No?
I think he said 130, 140 is what his.
Check it out. Go on Chrono 24.
All right.
I'm telling you, they are. Meteorite is unattainable. Go to Chrono 24 and check it, please. Just put the meteorite. Hang on. Is she asking meteorite Daytona or meteorite GMT?
No. GMT white gold meteorite or any precious metal.
Okay. I thought she's asking about space Daytona. My apologies. Yeah, okay, about the same chances, which are very slim. I for a moment thought she's asking about the meteorite Daytona, which is impossible to get. So now a GMT white gold meteorite is
it's around 120K apparently.
Yeah. So check just while you're there. Check. I want to know where is the space Daytona right now. Do the meteorite Daytona. Just want to see how much they're going for.
So those are climbing because I know. Marcelo has one in maybe about 2.
Is there even one? No, not that. That's garbage. No. That I'm talking the one on the new one on the Oysterflex. That's a less popular one. That's not the white gold. But how much is that?
212K.
Is there a white gold? The one white is that?
It is, right? This is it.
No.
I
don't know
about these watches, so you have to help me out. I don't know. Which one are you asking for? There.
That's not the Oysterflex white gold space Daytona, the meteorite dial Daytona. I don't see it.
The ones I pulled, you said no. This is not it.
No, these are previous. No, these are all old. These are near vintage. These are not.
But you're literally speaking in a foreign language to me, so you really need to help me here.
No, it's okay. You know what? I'll look for it, and I'll look for it, and I'll let you know. 1 second.
Okay.
I don't even know that they're available. I haven't seen one in real life ever.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what a space Daytona is, so I have no idea what they go for either. All right. Pavel says 250 plus for the white gold one I last heard.
There is none on Chrono 24. That's all I'm going to say. So, good luck. 250, I don't think so.
Maybe even higher?
I don't think so.
Maybe
I would
higher?
say $500,000 probably. Space Panda, yeah. No, higher for sure. I mean, That's why I got excited, because that's probably my Grail watch. Not probably. That's like, fuck. That would be amazing. That would be just stupidly amazing. Gorgeous watch.
So let's see. Maybe now that I searched with Space Panda, maybe I found what you were asking for. Is it this one? Let's pull it up.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
That's the one.
Not that. Oops.
No.
This one.
That's the one.
Okay.
Yep. I mean, they have it in yellow gold, but the white gold is the one that everyone wants on Oysterflex.
These are very,
That's
very
the
hard to even see in person. You know.
Yeah, I would. You know what? I bet you could charge money to show it to people. Like if you have it, you could charge $100 just to look at the watch, and people would pay. I would pay.
Yep. Whenever these appear in the dealer chats, people kind of go ape shit over them, and they have these absolutely insane asking prices associated with them, like the I believe the Meteorite Oysterflex is close to 200,000. The one with the precious metal bracelet is over 250,000 on the secondary
I
market.
actually think it's now gone way beyond that, but I cannot even say it because I don't have anything. I don't have anything to refer it to. There is none on Chrome. How do you figure out the price when there is none available for sale?
Exactly. So it's priceless, but it is a lot of money to pay for a $50,000 watch.
I know. I would never pay it.
I mean, considering Meteorite is not like this brand new dial that they just came up with. Meteorite dial. Meteorite is available on the GMT. It's available on the day. It's available on a lot of other references. So it's not like this magically new, incredible like Eisenkeisel. At least that one is new. So what that one is selling, that Eisenkeisel day date for $120,000. You could argue, well, listen, very few people have that one. It's a new dial in Rolex's history.
Yeah.
But Meteorite, something that's been around for years and years and years.
It's a hype. It's not even, listen, it's not much different than my white gold Daytona on Oysterflex, but.
And listen, when it came out, everybody was excited about the Meteorite Daytona. The more I look at it, this may surprise some people, the higher the hype there is on that one, the more I like the regular steel dial on the white one, on the white gold one.
Guess what happens with me? Opposite. Yeah.
Yeah. You want to get.
We have a super chat, from Pandora Fox, which is 449 British pounds. 36 OP Tiffany Milgauss will I get? Bear, a Meteorite Daytona, also my Grail watch. Well, Pandora, you are a lady of the refined taste. 36 OP Tiffany, if you don't have a major history with your AD, you will not get. There is no chance at this time. Milgauss, you might get Milgauss. That's a possibility. It's, again, depends on your history of purchasing with your AD. Milgauss would be attainable if you have a relatively good relationship with them. You bought some jewelry, blah, blah, blah. The 36 OP requires longer relationship and more money spent for it, but you can get it on a secondary market. I think it's stupidly overpriced because, in all honesty, I think it's typical example of overhyped watch that just because of the color, which resembles, it's not even exact Tiffany color, and it's not associated with Tiffany whatsoever, I would say that's a waste of money, buying it on a secondary market. Buying a Milgauss on a secondary market, on the other hand, at this time, could be not terrible decision. And I think it's a cool watch, especially the one with the colored green. I'll bring it.
Z blue.
Yeah, the Z blue. Yeah, I think it's a very unique watch. I think it's going to be extremely in demand once this is discontinued, and they probably go back to making the Milgauss the way we kind of want to see Milgauss being made, because it's a very different, because of its color, because of the green crystal, because of the light bolt second hand. And here we go.
I remember when these came out back in 2008. Wasn't the green crystal cracking all the time on these things? Do you remember that?
No.
You don't remember that when they came out with these, that they were having issues with the green crystal?
No. I don't remember.
I do remember that. I remember they brought them out and people were bringing them back because the green crystal was cracking all the time. I mean, they fixed it obviously, but I remember there was issues.
So I don't know if you guys agree with me that the probably the dumbest premium on the market is the Tiffany dial OP.
Not the Daytona? Not the Panda? That's ridiculous.
Well, Bear, the Tiffany blue, I'll call it turquoise blue Oyster Perpetual 41. I'm not sure what the peak that it reached after the Nautilus auction.
It was around 50,000 US.
Around 50,000. That has dropped. That has dropped to under 30,000. I saw one sell within the last 24 hours for 24,200. Okay, they're dropping like a fucking rock.
I'll say this. So there, of course, Daytona has been basically very desirable in the US, at least since Rolex introduced its in-house automatic chronograph movement in, breaking in the new century, so to speak. And even before that, vintage collectors in continental Europe, especially in Italy, had this mythology and longing about the Daytona, the Paul Newman, the exotic dials, and whatever else. So there's a long history of the Daytona being a desirable watch, and you have to get, on wait lists for it, etc. So it has now, at least in the US market, more than 2 decades of history of trending up and up and up. Whereas Oyster Perpetual, and this is still the case, on the official price list, that's the entry level Rolex with an Oyster case, right? So if you ask me what's the worst, in terms of paying the premium now rather than waiting, also taking in what OC has just said, I would try to advise people from pulling back a little bit from Oyster Perpetuals and see where it's going, especially when it comes to certain hyped up colors. But at the end of the day, this is the hobby where irrationality reigns supreme. If it's what you really want, no one can keep you from it, and people will keep paying the premium and people will keep driving the prices up. But with Daytona, as ridiculous as it is in terms of how they go in the gray market, at least you can rely on this trend that has never really went down significantly. Whereas OP, this is the first time ever in their entire history when they have been popular. First time ever in Rolex's history.
Very true.
Correct.
Very true.
But I do want to share something that I've noticed over the past several weeks, and I don't know if you guys have as well. But I am in New York, and I do talk to dealers on 47th Street, and I do pay very close attention to what's happening on the secondary market. For the past 3 or 4 weeks, things are stalled, guys. They're not panicking, but sales at the ADs, of course, are, gangbusters as always. Sales in the secondary market have slowed to an absolute trickle. Things are
same in Canada, by the way. Same in Canada. I agree with you. I tell you the conversation I had with a couple of good friends who are dealers. Exactly those words. We're not panicking, but we are just a little more cautious what we're taking.
They're not buying anything right now, and they're not selling anything. Nothing's selling. People aren't buying at secondary market prices. Everyone's frozen. So it's a combination of whatever's going on in Ukraine, crypto going up and down, and the stock market went down a little bit, oil going up, inflation going up. There's a little bit of uncertainty, and there's a feeling that have we reached the top of the bubble? We don't know. But sales through the secondary channel have completely dried up. And again, they're not panicking, but everyone's in wait and see mode to see if, this is just a temporary pause or if this is the peak.
The U.S. Fed recently announced that they were increasing the interest rates, which they have done, and they plan on doing it 6 more times this year. So if you got a lot of
minimum 6 more times, possibly more.
Yeah. So if you've got money tied up in these watches and you're still paying it off or something like that, you're going to be paying a lot more for that watch. So
I'll also share something else that is a coincidence, but I think it's also having an impact on the secondary market, and that is I have heard from many sources in the AD community that they have been asked, and again, we know every time someone says my AD said, it's 99%, baloney. But when you get a multiple data points, there has to be a thread or a kernel of truth to it. And I spoke to an AD directly this week, and the AD told me that they've been asked to allocate as many watches to new customers as possible, customers with 0 purchase history. So this is Rolex basically saying, okay, guys, the drought has been there long enough. We know that we always want you to treat preferred customers well. We know that ADs do a good job balancing customer loyalty with sending some new watches to first-time customers. But now we're asking you to really, because they sense there's frustration out there and the exhibition watches are okay, but at the end of the day, they don't want to lose a whole generation of new customers because of this short-term issue. So I was told.
So Rolex is giving them direction. Rolex is actually giving the AD direction.
Just as they always give subtle direction, subtle unwritten direction, and that unwritten direction, I was told my AD is allocating over 50% of new watches to customers with 0 purchase history now. So that means that doesn't mean that that GMTs with meteorite dials are going to first-time customers. Doesn't mean Daytonas are going to first-time customers. It does mean that some Submariners are.
Milgauss might,
and of course, the Datejusts, which have been completely hard to get for the past 9 months, are now
crazy.
People are
crazy.
Crazy. Now the first-time customers, you'll see over the past 4 to 6 weeks, a flood of customers getting their first Rolex. And it's not just me. Just go out to the forums, take a look. More first-time customers are getting their Rolexes than ever before. And that's actually having a side effect on the secondary market. The secondary market, which is now in this pause because of Ukraine or whatever, the ADs have to do a lot more effort to keep the watches out of the flippers. But it's hard. If Rolex is telling you, listen, sell a lot to first-time customers, you know what that means? More of those watches are going to end up in the hands of flippers because you can't weed out everybody. So those flippers are now selling to the secondary market. So even more watches are in secondary, going into secondary, which is actually driving pricing pressure down. So all of these things are happening at the same time. I don't think Rolex is intending to do that, to get more watches into the secondary channel. But it is a logical side effect, an unintended side effect, but it's actually in a way helping them too, because it's creating turmoil in the secondary space where the prices have gotten so high. So I don't know what your sentiment, what your feelings are, if you've heard anything like that, but I don't know, and I don't know how long it's supposed to go on.
I'll be honest with you. I haven't heard anything from AD, but I have a relationship with the AD where we're friends, and the deal is not to talk about things of high sensitivity, which I understand because you don't want to take advantage of that. However, I honestly heard exactly same from the secondary market that you're talking about, from two very close friends who are watch dealers. And I can see, because I'm also part of the different dealer groups, I can see what's going on. Right now, the only business going on a secondary market is dealer between dealer. There is a very, very minimal retail interest. Now, you're mentioning the war, but I think it has more to do than just the uncertainty as a result of the war. Facts are there. We are coming out of the pandemic time where money was printed like stupid. Inflation is record high. The stock market is acting wild, unpredictable to a point that the fear level is in the highest fear, continuous fear level, peaking in a longest period than, let's say, before pandemic or during the famous 2008 crash, right? So that's another problem. The housing market is exploding everywhere. The gas prices are acting weird and crazy, going extremely high, dropping overnight, going extremely high. We are going to have either stagflation or inflation or some kind of fucking shit, which is going to affect the jobs, which is going to affect the money, which is going to affect so many things. People are not, it's not as easy. And Bitcoin, fuck, it's acting weird. You cannot even catch the trend anymore. It's like doing this. So what do? You have money, you're gonna hold to it to see what's the best way to where do I go with this money? I mean, Ron is gonna buy the gold, but in reality, you're gonna start evaluating your position, and you're gonna start asking that question: is Rolex at its peak? Is buying 35,000 Pepsi actually a good buy for me? That's a fair question. Is $250,000 Daytona a good buy for me?
Doc, welcome to the stream.
Hey, Doc.
Hey, guys, what's going on, man? You guys are still on.
Jumped into a lively conversation.
Doc, because people have been live streaming, Rebel streaming for hours now against Archie's stream, I said, what the hell? I will Rebel stream the fuck out of all those Rebel streams. So let's go.
I'm just walking out of happy hour. It's a wild thing to have you guys still on.
It just sorry to interrupt. Just one more thing, Bear, is that Messaging Matters had a good comment in the chat too. He said, "Listen, it's also possible that Rolex is being sneaky and wants to thwart the Omega launch. So by telling their ADs, listen, loosen up, make sure you get more watches into first-time customers. It's a way to stop customers from feeling frustrated and going right to Omega, where they have all these hot new releases, the Ultra Deep, a green Diver 300M, etc. And then those customers buying a competitive piece. That's a really good point, Messaging Matters.
Maybe it's just because I'm a little drunk, but I never understood why this wasn't their strategy all along, because their loyal customers are not going to leave them just because they can't get a watch every month, and then they're going to gain new people at the same time.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Super chat came in. Pavel, $10. Archie Luxury Classic. What does your watch say about you, Squally? Let's play it. But yeah, finish your thought, Doc. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that was it.
Squally. I always think of ABC when I read it. Squally. ABC.
Squally is also, you were talking about TGV. That's the real TGV watch, Squally.
I always think of the fishy pussy.
Yeah, we are discussing, Doc. We were talking about this whole situation, where OC was discussing with some of the secondary market dealers in New York And I actually discussed with some of the secondary market dealers in Toronto. And both are telling us that the sales on the secondary market have stopped. They are stalled. They're stalled, and they've been stalled for a good 3 to 4 weeks. What is going on? What is really going on? We don't know. But
can we take
certainly?
Can we put a comma to that sentence? Pavel wants us to stay on and comment, I guess, live. He wants to see at least our face while this is playing. And we will turn back to what is going on in the gray market, in the secondary market momentarily. Thank you for the super chat, Pavel.
Thank you, Pavel.
And today we're looking at what does your wristwatch say about you? And today we're looking at the brand Squale. And this is an interesting. This is very, very interesting to make this review here. I've received a request to make a review on Squale. And the answer is this is an interesting thing. What does Squale say about its owner? And very, very interesting. Squale actually says about its owner that they can't afford a decent watch. They can't afford a decent watch. And what Squale says about the owner is they, if they had money, they'd like to buy some cool shit to be cool and trendy, but they just can't cut the mustard. That's what it says. It says all the wrong things. I mean, there are times when sometimes it's better to wear no watch at all. And when it comes to Squale, that's a brand that really sucks. It really sucks. It says that you have absolutely no class. It says you know nothing about wristwatches. It says you are a sheeple. You're a sheeple. You follow the crowd and you have no idea on nothing. At least with Tudor owners, at least with Tudor owners, they've gone to a brand which has some heritage and existence, but Squale, oh my God. And, I invented the term shitter. And all I can say is Squale itself there is a shitter brand. There are times in life when you've just got to get a MasterCard without telling your main squeeze and buy a bloody decent watch. And I'm not telling you to go and mortgage your left testicle or anything like that. Get an Omega Speedmaster, man on the moon. Get an Omega Speedmaster, man on the moon. But buying a Squale, it just says you know nothing about watches. Look, does it pass the girlfriend test? Let me give you this, okay? If you are so convinced that your watch is wonderful, you've got to do the girlfriend test. And the girlfriend test is this. You basically have said to her, darling, we're going to save money for our vacation. Okay. And then you say, actually, honey, I've had a bit of a rethink. I want to buy a Rolex.
Listen to this, guys. This is top relationship advice. It helped me quite a lot in the past by breaking me up with many, many different people.
Now, if you asked her, honey, I want to buy a Squale, the first question is how much? And when you mention the price, and she would probably let you do it. This is the thing. The Squale is so suckful, it doesn't hurt. I mean, you can have a modest lower tier watch collection with an Omega Speedmaster, man on the moon. You can have a
Man in the moon.
Basic Rolex Sports, like an Explorer 1. And then you can ask her, honey, I want to add this watch. It's called a Squale. It's under $1,000. It's not going to cause a marital dispute. She's not going to throw furniture at you. It is, oh, okay. We'll take that out of your allowance. Oh my God. Squale. It's an absolute shitter of a brand. Absolute shitter of a brand for absolute shitters of society. That's what it really is. It's just a low-life, vulgar, nasty brand. It's for people who know nothing. It's the Korean car of the mechanical watch world. It's
nasty,
really better off buying a quartz Seiko than buying a Squale.
That was a dig at the bear.
It's for people who know nothing about watches. They know nothing about watches and who are influenced by fools on the internet. That's what they are. They're influenced by fools on the internet. Now, you got to remember, if it's affordable, if it's not going to cause girlfriend or marriage problems, it ain't worth buying. It ain't worth buying. It's gotta hurt. It's gotta hurt. And the reality is they're just so damn ugly. They are ugly. They are mean. They are the original shitter.
He's such an elitist.
Original shitter.
They are for people who know absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing about wristwatches. Absolutely nothing. Positively nothing about real watches. They are the equivalent of lettuce. Lettuce.
With no dressing.
Lettuce. That's no what dressing, they are. The equivalent, the automotive equivalent of lettuce.
I love my lettuce.
It's not a good look. Squale. It's just for people who know nothing. It's got no sacrifice. It's the original shitter watch. That's what they are. Absolute original shitter. Original shitters. For shitful collectors who know nothing about wristwatches. I'm Archibald Chesterfield III. Tell me what you guys think of that. Nice one, Art. Squale sucks. Due to legal reasons, I haven't been able to put a Squale photo in this documentary. So please don't hold it against me. It's for legal reasons.
What a genius. What a total fucking genius. Total genius. Guys, I'm going to say good night tonight. I enjoyed your company, the chat, the people in the chat, the viewers. Thank you for great support. Thank you for the upvotes. Lord, OC, you guys are doing a great job hosting this. I'll join you tomorrow, guys, if that's okay. Thank you very much.
Hey, Barry, enjoy your evening.
See you,
Barry. Love you.
See you, Mike.
All right.
See you guys.
Thank you.
And Lord, I know you agree with everything that Archie said in that video if you replace the word Squale with Tudor.
Would I? No, I would not, because I'm not.
No way.
Look, my love for Archie and everything he does and says is unconditional. But next to Archie, there's Rolex. So Tudor is associated with Rolex. I cannot talk such shit about Tudor. Period.
Guys, I'm taking off. I'll try to get on tomorrow night. All right. Have a good one,
Ronnie.
See you later. Hey, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for helping me out with that Tudor watch, eh?
Oh, of course. Thank you.
See you, Ronnie.
Thank you for helping with the super chats, Ronnie, with about gold bullions.
Have a good one.
Take it easy, Ronnie.
Lord, I have 12 minutes until I turn into a pumpkin, but I'm staying with you as long as I can, man.
Thank you. We just have another 18 minutes to go, guys.
18 minutes, I'll do it. I'll do it.
For any of the Archie classics, please send in your super chats. I know Diego has a particular one in mind, which I also love dearly. So Diego, I know you can send in another super chat. Squeeze one out. Squeeze one out. If it's not worth it, if it's not gonna cause marriage problems, it's not worth it. You have to put in the super chats, guys, to the extent that your significant other wants to kick you out of the house. And this was one of the first exchanges I had with Diego. I told him, if you know, it's nice, you're moving in together, new relationship, etc. And he said they have been together for 8 years. We need the drama. Send in all the money you have, Diego, in super chats, so she breaks up with you, so we have more content, please. Yeah, well, I hope you had some help with that, Diego. Otherwise, it might be, it might be time to find your way to the door.
So 18 minutes, guys, help us out. Watch questions are very much needed. You can send us an A versus B. You can just name a watch reference. You can do anything. We're begging you to help us out by giving us some direction on where to go. This is hard, guys. Lord's doing an incredible job.
E-begging is miserable. E-begging for someone else is even worse. So,
guys,
I've been doing that for days.
Watch questions, please help us out.
Now, earlier,
P-Clan, even you might even have a watch question.
Much earlier, somebody was asking about an alternative to Rolex and an alternative to Omega. And somehow you guys were lost on that question. Do you remember that?
I was.
It's funny. It's funny that you mentioned that Doc, because the answer does get a little bit harder initially, because your first thought is, okay, well, Rolex has all these great collections, Yachtmaster, Submariner, GMT, Daytona, and so it's easy to pick one. And then Omega has a Speedmaster and a Seamaster, and it's easy to kind of go there and find a great model that complements, something else or serves as a part of a great 2 or 3 piece collection. You take those out, it does get a little bit harder initially.
£899 sterling. The new Grubel. This is Grubel Phirst, I think, the independent.
Grubel Phirst.
Let me repeat the question. So the idea was, I want the new Pepsi on the Jubilee, and I want a watch to complement it. And he said, no Rolex or Omega. My response to it was, get a Reverso ultra thin in precious metal. I didn't even stutter. But what would be your suggestion?
Well, all I was thinking is that because it was a question of what the budget was, et cetera, and there was no mention of Breitling. And I know people sometimes feel Breitling sucks, but I think there's some options there.
No, I think Breitling has a couple of really nice options, but
Breitling.
And me, the obvious instant answer that I would spit out would be Tudor. Instantly.
I guess the reason I was thinking Breitling is when he said no Rolex, I consider Tudor kind of cheating if somebody says they don't want Rolex as a.
Tudor's so far removed from Rolex these days. They don't.
Exactly.
I mean, they don't really share anything with Rolex. They might be sister companies, but they're not like they used to be, where they shared cases and bracelets, and the only difference was the movement. Now, they're
they're their own entities.
Their own entity. So. And on that note, if it's not Omega and it's not Rolex, the number 3 is Tudor. Boom.
Well,
not for me, man. That's two steps down below Rolex for me.
That's not a good answer, especially when the person just named a watch of which Tudor has basically a copy of. I think that kind of cheats the terms of the question, honestly.
Well, what did he say? What did he say? No Rolex and no Omega?
Yes, by saying it's a watch that should complement the Pepsi on the Jubilee, Pepsi GMT on the Jubilee.
Oh, I see. Yeah, well, Reverso, most definitely. You know, a lot of people are really liking that new
Well, the reversal works. There's no doubt about that. It's just that I was just thinking at the time, I was getting ready to run into happy hour, and I was like, "Oh my god, I can't believe it! They're not saying anything about Breitling." And then I don't know what happened.
Doc, I didn't think of Breitling. I think you nailed it. I think you nailed the fact that I was drawing Breitling didn't come into my mind, and now I'm questioning why it didn't. Right?
Yeah, no, Breitling's got some new hot models that are really nice.
For me, it boils down to this. One thing I really do like about Breitling more recently are their chronographs. And I'm not a chronograph person, but you're right. That's an absolutely great choice because the person said, here's a GMT watch. Find me something that complements it. So you could go
and I love their Type 20. I mean, their 765 Type 20 reissue, I think is a wonderful watch. It's one of my favorite.
Type 20 is a Breguet, though, not Breitling.
Well, the original Type 20 actually was a Breitling. Breguet came out a year later. But they did a reissue of the 1953, and it's one of my favorite watches.
Yeah, you could go to the other end of the spectrum and suggest a dress watch, but in the sports watch category, I think a chrono is a great complement.
Yep, and you could have chosen like a Premier with either a pistachio or a salmon dial, or you could have gone with a Super Ocean diver.
Yep. Or Super Ocean Heritage even.
Super Ocean Heritage.
Because it looks so different than the Rolex. Yeah.
Can someone help me out with this super chat? I can't get to but which Balancier convex. Okay, let's see this.
Thank you for the question, Maldives. You're saving us.
Thank you. Balancier convex. Was released like 2 days ago or something. Wow, thank you, Maldives. All right, so let's pull it up.
Yeah, pull it up, Arch. Pull it up.
Oh, what are we looking at here?
Well,
it's kind of an abomination.
You guys know better than me. I honestly haven't heard of this.
Well, you've heard of the brand, though.
Honestly,
not
really.
Yeah, this is.
I mean, I've heard of it, but I haven't paid attention to it. So
let me read.
I heard about it, but what I can see about it is there's a lot I don't like about it.
So let's see what they say. In the lofty realm of boutique haute horlogerie, the sheer power of spectacle becomes every bit as important to a watch design as function, finishing, and aesthetics. And few brands embrace this philosophy of mechanical shock and awe as dramatically as Phirst. Let's see what this watch does.
I think the shock and awe part.
Yeah. It's deceptively complex at 46.5 millimeters titanium variable geometry case. This semi-integrated tonneau design is more or less unchanged from the appearance in 2021 Phirst Balancier S S to the second power, and when viewed from above appears to be relatively simple all dial interpretation of the classic tonneau sports watch form. When viewed at an angle, however, the case's unique progressive compound curve becomes apparent. Let's see a visual of that, because that's the convex part.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not feeling it for whatever reason.
Me neither, but I'm trying to live up to the super chat.
I'm feeling it, and I like it.
For me, the parent part that you were mentioning is relevant because it's got a face a mother can love, but only a mother.
Yeah.
It's just outside of the previously mentioned mechanical innovations. This is what it is. it says. No, go ahead, Doc. Go ahead.
I was going to say it's like Hubela, though. A lot of people, they either love it or hate it. So there's nothing wrong with that. Some people love it, some people hate it.
Yeah.
George Verghese is gracing us with his presence. George is, I call him Mr. 162 because he has 162 watches, and they're all phenomenal. He says Grubel 4C is one of the greatest watchmakers in the world. Minimum cost is about $200,000.
I mean, again, please don't take any of what we are saying, especially in the negative, as a condemnation of the brand. This is just way above my head. I just don't get it emotionally more than anything.
Can you pull up the picture? Pull up the picture where the bracelet meets with the bracelet.
Right.
Not that one, but there's another shot.
OC. The thing is, we don't. I mean, most of us here on the panel don't appreciate the aesthetics. I'm trying to find what it is, how it's special in terms of the movement, so I can maybe say a good thing about it. It says
fair enough.
Partial skeleton dial, the outer chapter ring with its simple graphic minute scale and applied wedge indices follows the same variable geometry compound curve as the bezel and crystal, but everything inside this outer ring abandons curving surfaces in favor of sharp, dramatic angles. The abrupt cliff-like change in the dial elevation across the lower half of the dial is a perfect example of this. So basically, you are creating the kind of interest, the visual interest that people have from looking at the movement on the case back from this angle. And it's very 3D. I mean, I appreciate the fact that there are so many different dimensions and angles within the case, within the movement that you can observe. But beyond that, it doesn't really appeal to me. What do you say, Ossi?
I agree with your assessment. I think it's just too much open. Skeleton hands. I mean, if it were skeletonized but had hands that you could actually see in the dark.
Super chat. Pandora Fox, 449 pounds sterling. Okay, what are my chances of getting a rose gold, pink gold 88 40 olive green dial from AD? Better than asking for a Daytona. I'm so sorry to see Bear leave, but OC probably has an answer to this. I think this is also very hyped up. We were just talking about it since it was a green dial watch yesterday for St. Patrick's Day. It goes for more than just about twice or maybe a little more than its list price, right, OC, in the secondary market?
I'm not sure.
It's
probably up there with Tiffany dial, though, right? I mean, in terms of a desired color. It's
$90,000. And I think what is the list price on a day date these days? Let's check it out. Day date, Everrose, green. I mean, I think, I would, it's 40,350, but it almost goes for 90K in the secondary market. Let's say 85. Let's be a little conservative.
God damn.
I mean, look, exactly. I think both of them.
Fucking Rolex, fucking day date, man. Jesus.
Both of them are pretty difficult to get. I think, ultimately, if we're talking about a first purchase, they're not going to give you these at retail prices, because they all go for twice the list price or more. So
just as hard as getting your hands on one is getting enough money to get your hands on one. Jesus.
Well, I recently found out that you can increase the available balance on your credit card by asking.
That is true.
Luckily, I chopped all mine up, so I don't own any credit cards. I got in trouble years ago. Haven't had a credit card in 10 years.
And Lord, if you allow me to make an aesthetic comment about the Grupo 4C, I'd be happy to add one. But if you don't want to, I will respect your wishes.
No, please go ahead. Well,
just pull up that last picture of the if you have it.
Oh, of that watch again?
Yeah, the Grupo 4C. Just go back.
Right, right before I go back to that, so see, this is what David SW has, Pandora's Fox. It's almost $90,000. I'm sure you can find it slightly cheaper, but not that much. It's a watch that's desired all over the place. Probably one of the most popular of the new day-date line. So
it's the most popular of the regular precious metals, white gold, yellow gold, or rose gold. This is the most popular one.
Phil,
hey, Joe, how are you doing, man?
Double the list, man.
Oh shit!
So if you look at this particular shot, what intrigues me about this is where the case and the bracelet meet. It's almost impossible to tell what is a lug or not a lug, or does the bracelet go right up into the case without lugs? And to me,
it had a variable geometry case.
Yeah, that is really elegant there, because it looks like to me that the bracelet goes all the way up to the case and there are no lugs at all.
Well, see, I think the bracelet actually wraps around to the sides of the case in a groove, almost up to the crown. And I heard him say in the description, variable geometry case, meaning to me that you can squish the lugs together for a smaller wrist, and you can pull them apart for a larger wrist, and that would make sense in that bracelet looking that way at the lug juncture point. And if you look carefully on this picture, you can see on the side of the case, just to the left of the crown, there's something going on, like a little strip of metal that looks like that may be an adjustment point, and that allows the bracelet to slide forward towards the crown and back away from the crown. Can you see that?
I'm not sure if I see all that, but what I do see is an extremely beautiful bracelet, and a bracelet that comes right up to flat up against the case in my that's what my eyes are showing.
I'd like to see an explanation of what they call a variable geometry case is.
It's convex, Mike, rather than
it's not round. It's convex.
That's not variable. Variable means changeable. Variable means adjustable in size.
I see. Okay.
All right. We should research that, I think. But Lord, any comment on my observation with respect to the bracelet?
I actually, I was trying to think why I actually love the way it looks on the wrist, even though I hate just about anything and everything about the watch.
And that's it. It really is.
That really is, because we speak of integrated bracelets so easily, and sometimes some companies, in fact, try to push us, just because that part of the bracelet sits tight with the lugs. They're trying to say it's an integrated bracelet watch, and this one actually lives up to the name, right? It's a true integrated bracelet where you can, as you said, you can't really tell which one is the lug, which one is part of the bracelet, where does the case end, where does the bracelet begin. It's fully integrated. Pandora, $8.99 sterling. I'm sending my husband to the AD at the weekend, and I promised to make a strategy for him. I previously bought a Yachtmaster with the same AD. Of all the watches you asked, Pandora, I think the most realistic one, from my standpoint, would probably still be, a precious metal Daytona on an Oyster Flex. They're very popular, but of all the things impossible that you asked, I think that might just be it. Because the meteorite dial GMT, it's extremely desirable, goes for close to $125K now in the secondary market. The day-date President with the olive green, it's the most desired one beyond the platinum. And perhaps, for those who don't like the platinum, this is more desirable. And again, it's the same idea, goes for more than twice the list price.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, I would really want to say, of all these watches that you liked, I don't know, ask for one specific, but try to tell them, okay, these are two. I boiled it down to two. This is what I like. Whichever one you could get me, I would be grateful. And choose two out of those that you liked. Maybe say, I would like the day date with the olive green dial, or white gold Daytona on an Oyster Flex, and whichever one you can get me, I will snap it up from your hands. I think that's fair.
Sure. Lord, I'm gonna bow out. I've got to go eat my dinner. And how many more minutes do you got?
I'm done basically, Mike. But you don't have to wait it out until the end, because look, Mike, you're here. You have been here for most of the show, whereas I have an assigned co-host who took the day off to stream on his own channel. So you're doing
that's kind of disappointing.
Yeah,
well,
you can take off whenever you like.
I'll be here tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow.
Mike, we love you, Mike. You know this, Mike, don't you? We love you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Enjoy the weekend, Mike. When I get a little more time, man, I'm going to give you a buzz. We're going to just hang out and talk a little bit.
Cool, man. Look forward to it.
Have a great night, Mike.
All right, you guys too. All of you, everybody, have a great day, great night, wherever you are, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow.
Take care, Mike.
All right, see ya.
Hey guys, yeah, sorry. I'm not one to obsess over independent brands, and I'm not impressed just by some limited edition watch that costs hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. If I don't like it, I don't like it. I'm not going to pretend that I know better just because something has better movement finishing. I leave that to others. I'm fine with my Rolexes, steel stunners. We appreciate them here. I don't feel bad about myself because of that. Mike the Snake. Today's revenue, $611. 10 chat at no Marcelo. Again, no comment. I've said what needed to be said. I had to get that out of my chest. I think it's shambolic. I think it's bad form. I think it's embarrassing, quite honestly, and it ultimately reflects very badly on my supposed co-host, because my co-hosts today were Mike the Snake, Bear Clooney, the original OC. Big Meech came and showed us his new acquisition. So did Bear earlier. Doc joined. A lot of people like Ronnie Paul addressed questions from the super chats, from the chat. At the end of the day, AC3 ArchieLuxury show is about Archie. And when Archie is not here, it's about the community, and it is about making money for the big boy. So thank you for all of you who contributed and who super chatted, especially. If you wanted to send a PayPal, send it directly to Archie. You know the address, ArchieLuxury72@gmail.com. This is why we are here. We love you all. This is the end of our show for today. It's been 5 hours. I basically took a 2-minute piss break, and beyond that, I've been here. So I need to catch my breath and come back energized tomorrow, and we will actually have an entire program for you, which again doesn't mean that we can't stray off and talk about other topics. At the end of the day, this is a channel to shoot the shit, to just have a good time between the guys and the ladies whenever they grace us with their presence on this platform, which is very, very rare. I think we kind of scare them away, and they're right to be scared away. Listen, guys, thank you so much. I will see you at 3 p.m. my time 6 p.m. Eastern. And
before signing off, though, we have to say, Lord, it's incredible. 5 hours. That's clearly, I guess it's a sort of a St. Patrick's marathon on your part. And,
well, St.
nice
Patrick's
job.
was yesterday, and I did pull another 5 hours. My reasoning for that, Doc, is because the kind of super chats that Archie pulls in 2.5, 3 hours, I can only get close if I stretch it beyond 4 hours, because I'm not the attraction here. I'm just trying to hold down the fort and make sure Archie comes back energized and cashes the check and feels good about himself so he can entertain us for another decade, 2 decades, and more.
Understood. I'm just saying, wow, 5 hours, another 5 hours, and who knows what the weekend has in store. Quite incredible.
More, because I'm a single man. I have nothing to do with my time that's better than this. We love the community, guys. We love the community. Guys, much love to Archie and Tim Wright in London. They're having a good time. Hopefully tomorrow they will be re-energized and join us for a little bit on this stream as well. And they will have their first full day of the London Watch Show. There are already scandals brewing, so I'm sure there will be much more to talk about the London Watch Show too. But I will have some stuff to talk about for the brand history of Gégé Lecoutre and Reverso in particular. Guys, I will see you soon. Let me play the outro while we chill out in the background.
Yeah.
1 second.
Fly me to the moon and let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, darling, kiss me. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you.
On the next episode of the Archie Luxury live stream, will Archie make it to the London Watch Show? Will Tim Wright survive the upcoming attack on his life? What will happen to tea and tickers? I really can't tell you. You're just going to have to tune in to the next episode of the Archie Luxury live stream.